Okay, got it. Okay, we're currently live on YouTube now. Sweet. Um, what's going on, Steve? It's the it's not the bird guy, y'all. You got to get it right. It's the falconer. Falconer. It's called falconry. All right. I learned some shit, so we learned some shit. All right. We got to act like we got some sense around here. It's falconry. Alan, what's up? Did you mean to come up? Hello. All right. Terry, did you mean to request? Guess not. Oh, it's okay. No big deal. Yes, it's falconry. Um, I don't know that I necessarily want, you know what I'm saying? Like, I do, I used to have birds when I was young. Um, I don't know if any of you guys know what a homing pigeon is, but I had homing pigeons. I had some rolling pigeons, and then I had some doves. I'm gonna be honest though, the doves were annoying as shit. Like no bull. They make a lot of goddamn noise in the morning. Like they wake you up first thing in the morning, like before the sun comes up, and are on bullshit immediately. They wake up with the shits. How many ops will be here? I have no idea, Lagartha, but I guess we're gonna see. I got a super late start today because I was trying to get my camera shit in order. So I guess we'll just have to see. Oh, William deletes their comments real fast. Hey, listen, Will, you can let them talk on YouTube just a little bit. You can give them a little bit of leeway. Just don't let them get out of hand. Like when they start to get into the slur land and shit, then you gotta silence them. But they get into slur land real fast over there, real fast. To be honest with you, I don't think that there's a single person uh, that called in yesterday that didn't use a slur. I don't think there's one. I don't think there's a single one who didn't come up here and like say some slurs. I was like, okay, your voice is quieter than here on YouTube. Uh, um, I mean, I guess I can turn the mic on over there or turn the mic up. Are you guys having a problem hearing me? William, LaGartha, Amber, is it hard to hear me over here? Not on TikTok. What are y'all trying to say? I'm loud as shit. It's fine on Twitch. Oh, okay. What about YouTube? I don't know if I can turn it up specifically for YouTube. I have to see. I don't know if it works like that. Oh no, you hear fine? Sounds good. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just quieter on YouTube than TikTok. But it possibly is because I'm directly streaming to TikTok and YouTube is going through like a router essentially. So I don't know. Anyways, let's see what else is in the news. There was something else that I wanted to talk about, but because I got on so late, I forgot the vast majority of what it is that I was interested in speaking on this morning. Plus, it's not the same, you know what I'm saying? Because no-rads normally has their laptop right in front of them, and they're constantly like, oh, and so, so there's that. You sent me a few texts, Leslie. I haven't checked my phone at all today, not once. Didn't have time. Oh, it'd help if I was looking at my phone and not my what's this? Another day in the red for the stock market. Thanks, Trump. Oh shit. So the stock market opened up down 204.61, the S&P 38.95, and the NASDAQ 145.04. Well, here's the thing, right? I think I talked about this before. Like the vast majority of American citizens, okay, so like 40% of American citizens own stocks, like are actively in the stock market, right? But there's a lot of people who have money in the stock market via their 401ks and things of that nature. So they're not in the stock market, but they're not the ones who manage it. Like they don't know what's going on in there. And so, you know, I can't even tell you how many people, and this is only because I used to do, you know, mortgage loans and stuff like that. I was a partner in a brokerage. A lot of them don't even realize they have 401ks. A lot of people with 401ks don't know that they have a 401k, not even aware. Like be in the middle of processing their mortgage and then find out that they have one. And so they're not paying attention to this shit. They don't know. They don't care. So the stock market could be, they only like talk about the stock market doing bad when Trump says that it's doing bad and that we need to be mad about it. But like, if daddy doesn't tell them to be mad about it, they're not paying attention to the fucking stock market at all. So, and also what we've realized over the last several months is that, not even several months, several weeks, I should say. I do apologize. What we've realized over the last several weeks is even if something changed from what he campaigned on, they'll pretend like that's exactly what they wanted. They're like, nah, that's exactly what we voted for. Like Doge, they didn't vote for Doge. Nobody ran on Doge. Like nobody knew that Elon was going to actually be part of the administration. Like that wasn't part of the campaign. And you're not going to gaslight people into believing that it was. You know what I mean? Because we were all there too. Just because you guys have political amnesia doesn't mean the rest of us do. Like we remember the things that politicians say and do and what their policies are because those things actually matter to us. You know what I mean? Like we actually care about what a politician says and does because we understand that their actions and the things they say like have a real impact on our economy, on society, on our relationship with foreign nations. Like these things indeed matter. Whereas you guys are just like, I love Trump. It doesn't matter what the fuck he does. Culty vibes. What is that?
Hey,
Hey,
Mr.
Mr.
Jones. Good
Jones, good
morning. How
morning.
you
How you
doing?
doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself, buddy?
Doing
Doing
well,
well,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Hey, I'm
Hey,
not
I'm
going to
not going to
waste too
waste
much
too
of
much
your
of your
time,
time,
but
but
I'm a
I'm a
friend.
friend.
But I
But I
wondered
wondered
if you
If
had any book
book
recommendations you
recommendations
could
you
give
could give
us
us
for
for
leaning
leaning
more
more
into the
into the
communist
communist
space.
space.
I'm
I'm
like
like
two
two
rungs to
rungs
the
to the
right of
right of
communism, and I
communism, and
want
I
to
want to
get there
get there
fully.
full.
yeah, they're actually in my link tree already.
Oh,
Oh,
perfect.
perfect.
Thank you so
Thank you
Yeah.
much.
so much.
So I would start with reading stuff by like Angela Davis. But there's a lot. See, here's the thing, right? A lot of these uh liberation movements um that had to do with Black people getting their civil rights also had to do with detaching ourselves um from capitalism. You know what I mean? And so I think that, it's important to like lean into some of the things that the civil rights leaders were talking about, like what Huey P. Newton had to say and what uh, um, Angela Davis, James Baldwin. Little known fact, like Martin Luther King Jr. wasn't assassinated because he was, because they were pissed off he was fighting for the rights of Black people. They were pissed off because he was fighting for the rights of union workers. And that's what got him assassinated.
For
For
sure.
sure.
And it
And
looks
it
like
looks
I
like
got a
I got
bad
a bad
echo, so
echo,
I'm going
so
to
I'm going
hop
to hop
out
out
here.
here.
Thank you so
Thank you
much
so
for your
much for your
time.
time.
Thank you.
Keep up
Keep
the
up
work.
the work.
I appreciate you. Yeah. I don't know why the guest had an echo. Did y'all hear an echo in the chat on TikTok too? Yes, terrible echo. All right, give me a second. I'll look into it. Y'all just got me changing audio settings every 6 seconds, don't you? B1, B2, A. I think I know what it might be. Hey, we're gonna figure this shit out one of these days. Like one of these days, we're gonna figure out how to make all of this work. Nah, I guess was cool. You know what? I might know how to fix it. I don't know. We're about to find out. Whatever the fuck that was. I have no idea what that was. It just started making some fucking crazy noise. No, it lost the settings because I took the whole computer apart. That's why. I took the whole computer apart like at 4 o'clock this morning. At 4 in the morning. That's why. So that's why. I I don't know why it has an echo though. I'd have to go through like all the damn settings again and figure out why. I don't really think I changed anything though. I thought I put everything back exactly how it was. But I mean, I guess I really don't know, do I? Ripping right ears off. Hey, shit, I completely understand that. Like, oftentimes, there's noises going on where I'm like, hell no, I got to get up out of here ASAP. I don't know where Auntie is today. I have no idea. I haven't, like, she normally texts me in the morning, uh, but I haven't heard from her this morning at all. She was in another live. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, and normally, like, you know what I'm saying, I'll get on live with Kato before I go and start my own live. But um again, I got started really late today, so I just didn't have didn't have the opportunity to do so. No, I was saying I hadn't checked my phone when Leslie said that they had texted me. But that is true. I guess I really didn't check my phone at all. Well, no, not necessarily, because no Rats texted me, and I responded to them. But I don't remember how long ago that was, though. Honestly. So, uh, no Rats got up to leave to go to work, and I didn't even know what time it was. Like, I had no idea that it was that late already, because I get up. I get up like super early in the morning, and I typically like start coffee for them. So for when they get up, and they can have their coffee and not be on demon time. But I forgot this morning. I didn't even forget. I just didn't know what time it was. I got caught up in, my own world, zoned out on them. So, this is interesting. This is from Reuters this morning. Oh, I guess this is overseas time. U.S. President Donald Trump said on Friday that he is strongly considering imposing sanctions, including ones on banking and tariffs on Russia, until a ceasefire and peace agreement is reached with Ukraine. That's crazy. So, am I to understand that he's going back on yet another, like, one of his fucking another one of his side shows? I don't even know what else to call them at this point. Like, bro throws tantrums. He puts on performances and shit. Like, that's why I always have him, dressed as a fucking clown. Like, bro is a fucking clown. But so apparently he's planning on putting sanctions on Russia until there's a ceasefire agreement. But anyways, I'll keep reading. Trump has also paused military aid and intelligence sharing to Ukraine to pressure Kiev to accept a ceasefire deal after an explosive Oval Office meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a week ago. Based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine, which that's not true, on the battlefield right now, I am strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and final settlement agreement on peace is reached, Trump said. To Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now before it's too late. Thank you. Can I remind you that Trump, everybody knows Trump is a bitch. Like that's not like new news on the world stage. Nobody respects him. Nobody's afraid of him at all, other than the fact that they think he may be unhinged enough to like launch a fucking missile at him. But they're not like generally afraid of him at all. So all of these things that he keeps saying, like, or else, like, bro, you can't or else Egypt and Saudi Arabia and Iran and Russia and China or anybody else for the North Korea or anybody else for that matter. Nobody gives a fuck about your or else. None of those Swana region countries are afraid to go to war with you. They've been to war with us for fucking ever. They've always been at war with us, at conflict with us. Oil, poppy, you know, whatever the flavor of the week is. We've been, you know, destroying the Swana region for decades. Since Reagan. You went over and had a conversation with North Korea, with Kim Jong-un, said, you better not launch any more missiles or else. He left North Korea. They launched the missile like 2 weeks later and then amped up their missile launches. Like, bro, go fuck yourself. Putin put pictures of your wife naked on national television in Russia. He does not give a fuck about your or else. That's the definition of a cuck. Like they don't care about your or else. They don't give a fuck what you got to say. They think you're a joke. They're like, yeah. And then they sit back and take another puff of their cigar or another sip of their cognac or bourbon. Unbothered, unaffected by your idle threats. I think that the only people that are really afraid of Donald Trump and MAGA are like, you know, the Democrats and you know, moderate Republicans here in the United States. I think those are the only ones that are actually afraid of them. They're the ones that, you know, are okay with bending the knee and kissing the ring and shit like that. But outside of the country, they don't care. They're like, whatever, bro. Like, y'all can put them on as many flags as you want to, or like make those fake ass NFTs or, you know, t-shirts with Trump in like a Rambo body and shit. Like, bro is built like a sack of potatoes. Literally. Like, he's a full-on diaper. Like clumps of shit in it. He looks like he stuffs Big Macs inside of his shirt. Nobody said y'all can't cuss. Somebody said somebody said to me that the YouTube people are complaining that they can't cuss. I don't give a fuck if you guys cuss. Cuss in the comments. Just don't use slurs. But you know where you know what you can do. You can just call into the hotline. You don't have to sit there and, you know what I'm saying, argue with the mods in the chat. That's not fun. If you have something to say to me, I'm on the other end of that phone. I'm not in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I listen. The mods on YouTube are hilarious. Musk is arguably built worse. Yeah, Musk is built exactly like the Tesla truck. Musk and Marjorie Taylor Greene have the same body type. Exact same body type. They built just the same. Oh man. Okay. I'll talk about I, I'll talk about the transgender mice. But I'm gonna have to read you what actually happened and not what Trump said happened. Okay. Because I don't want to read that. And also don't want to get my account taken down for misinformation. Oh man. Uh Joe is built like a physically fit 80-year-old man who can still ride a bike. Trump's probably never been on a bike in his whole fucking life. And Kamala is you know, is also fit. So leftists don't hang out in their mom's basement and like yell at computer screens while downing a 2 liter of Diet Mountain Dew and eating a bag of hot fries. You know what I mean? Like that's a more of a you guys thing. That's more of a you guys thing. You know what I mean? Uh, and also golfing, especially the way Trump does it, is not exercise. He stays in the golf cart. He throws the ball, literally throws the ball back onto the golf course. He skips holes, and then he declares himself the winner at the end. Like, just ask anybody who's played golf with him. So, anywho, President Donald Trump mentioned the transgender community a half a dozen times throughout his address to Congress on Tuesday, which that's another reason, you know what I'm saying, for people to be pissed off. In the response, not one time did they mention the fact that he kept attacking the transgender community. They certainly defended undocumented immigrants and various other marginalized groups, but they said nothing. Oh, and when they were, you know what I'm saying, like checking all of the lies he told, a lot of people just skipped right over that, which is fucking crazy. But anyways, less than 15 minutes in, he noted that he had signed an executive order declaring that the federal government will only recognize 2 unchangeable sexes, even though that doesn't align with science, but whatever. Male and female. And another order banning trans women from participating in women's sports. And then introduced Peyton McNabb, who played volleyball in high school in North Carolina. And Trump said, planned to play sports in college until her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male. Trump said the player smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. I don't, I don't think it's funny that this child got hurt. So that's not necessarily why I'm snickering. Uh, Sports are competitive in nature. They're meant to be competitive. LeBron James is wildly more physically equipped than pretty much any other basketball player that we've ever seen play. There's no way that we'd tell LeBron James, you have a physical advantage, so you shouldn't be able to play. Because that would be stupid, right? There's plenty of women who have played professional sports, like Serena Williams, who clearly had a physical advantage over all of her competition. In her prime, there was not a person alive that could touch her. And we didn't tell her that she couldn't play. So, in order for, it is absolutely the same. In order for an athlete to participate at the collegiate level or the professional level who is trans, they have to have been going through hormone replacement theory for at least 2 years. For those of you who don't know, hormone replacement theory treatment, makes you lose both muscle mass and bone density. Once you've completed these treatments, you don't really have an advantage anymore. But even if you did, sports are meant to be competitive. So what it sounds like, y'all just need to train harder, I guess, or not participate in sports. Like the vast majority of high school athletes are never going to make it to the college level or the pro level. They're just not. And we have co-ed sports all the way up until, and even in high school. Like if you join the Boys and Girls Club or like a church league, it's still co-ed even in high school. So you still run the risk of getting hurt by playing, sports with boys. But in terms of this particular incident with Peyton McNabb, it is still unclear whether the player who spiked the ball and hit McNabb during the September 2022 match was trans. So they don't even know if the person who spiked the ball into her face was trans or not. They're just saying that it was a trans athlete, which is fucking crazy all in and of itself. Hey, I see you guys. Hey, listen, if you guys want to mute them on YouTube, I don't give a shit. If they're not going to call in, I don't care if they're allowed to comment or not. Like, if they're using, slurs and shit and being, cruel in the comments, just fucking mute them. I don't give a shit. Mute all them bitches. If they were really about that life, they would have called the number already. Anywho, so they don't even know if there's co-ed adult leagues, by the way. especially volleyball. There's co-ed indoor soccer leagues. But anywho, so they don't even know if this child was trans. McNabb has said in interviews that she and her teammates were aware of a trans player on the team, but the player's name has not been shared, and she has not spoken to the press. Since then, McNabb has become a paid national advocate for state laws prohibiting trans students from playing on school sport teams that match their gender identities. She testified in favor of such a measure in North Carolina, which passed and took effect in August 2023. So this girl is getting paid to speak against the trans community, and there's not even any evidence or proof that the person she was playing against was trans. Fucking nuts. Fucking nuts. Like y'all just live in a space of misinformation and disinformation. Like it just seems like all the conservatives do at this point is fucking lie. That's it. Nothing else. Just lie. There's 20 million people that poured into the country. Horseshit. There was only 10 million encounters, and encounters don't equate to entries. They just mean that a border agent of some sort has encountered an immigrant. And then when you have the congressional hearing and Mike Johnson and the rest of the Republican Party are asked to provide evidence of these entries into the United States, they have none. They have no evidence at all. I can even play the speech from Mike Johnson where he talks about, he said the reports say that there's X amount of encounters, but I think it's 16, 18, maybe even 20. Like, just make up shit. So they've just become the party of misinformation and disinformation. Jen said trans women were hurting other sports, referring to a case in which a trans woman finished a long distance cycling race and set a record by 5 hours. We have a phone call. Let's see who this is. Hello, caller. Name, age, and where are you calling from? All right. The only thing that we ask, Joseph, is that you make sure you're using on-air appropriate language, okay? Cool. I don't mind if you curse, by the way. I don't mind if you curse, by the way. You just can't use any slurs or anything. Okay. Well, nothing can end in like no words can end in TARD or anything like that. Okay. All right. No, you're not. Whatever. Okay. No, you're not. No, you're not. But that's a whole nother subject. Yeah, like not in high school. Well, I don't know. I don't know either. I don't know why the country has to be divided. But when you have a literal fascist as president, what's that? Well, all of this is politics.
Hey, Charles, we can't.
You can't hear the caller? Hold on.
No.
So, let me a second. You said it's what? All of it's what? God versus Satan? Biblical battle coming to terms. And what biblical battle are we currently engaged in? Sorry about that, guys. I'm fixing it right now. Between Jesus and Lucifer. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hold on, what? What? Hold on. Pause. What? Well, that's not true. What has he done for the American people? What are you talking about? What has he done? What has he done? Well, no, tell me. Yeah, like what? No, that's not, sir. Executive orders aren't laws. You can't create a law with an executive order. So he hasn't pushed through any laws. What is he? What you just said, he pushed through a bunch of laws, that he did all of these things for the American people. Oh, he's trying to now. What is he trying to push through? Those taxes aren't going to help you. How much money do you make? Well, no, how much money do you make? Oh, man. The fucking other side is crazy. I don't even know what the fuck he means by that. He's like, you just can't talk to the other side. No, you just can't, you can't gaslight and bullshit us into believing that Trump has done all of these amazing things that we know he didn't fucking do. Hold on. Y'all couldn't hear him? Hey, Nikki, can you do me a favor? Can you call the line real quick? I'll turn
Yeah, they
the.
say they can't hear it on YouTube.
Yeah, I know. I heard that. I heard that. I don't know why though. So I'm trying to figure out why. Because the same audio that's going into. Hello. I don't know a second. I gotta turn. Yeah, I see it. Hold on. You didn't hear the caller on YouTube or TikTok? Oh, okay. I see why now. I see why. All right, cool. I just figured it out just now. So hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I'll fix it right this second. Oh, I know I was. I know I was. Shit was crazy. Okay, hold on. All right, go ahead and talk, Nikki. They can hear you. They can hear you. All right, now I just gotta fix it. You shouldn't. You You shouldn't have an echo. Yeah, there's no echo. All right, now I just got to fix it on YouTube. Now I just got to fix it on YouTube. Oh, well, no, they should be able to hear it on YouTube too. You don't hear it on YouTube? Okay, hold on a second. I'll fix it. It is. You can't hear it on YouTube? Okay. All right, hold on a second. Yeah, I need somebody. Hold on. Is somebody in the box? Can I get somebody to come in the box and talk? All right, hold on a second. Yeah, but I don't know if either one of them are going to actually talk. Okay. Hey, Katie, can you say something real quick? Oh, neither one of them came back. Neither one of them's connected. All right, shits and pickles. Go ahead, say something.
Hey.
Okay. Y'all can't.
All right.
I can hear it. Wow, echo on Twitch. Twitch should have the exact same. Okay, Twitch and YouTube have the identical same input settings, like identical, because it's all coming through OBS. So I don't know how that's possible that they would have an echo. It's just, can you say something again?
Testing. It's real quiet in my house, so.
Listen,
Is it because I wasn't muted? I can mute and see if that's
oh, I know why. Hold on a second. Sorry, I know why. Do what? I was like, Honda? That's crazy. Okay. Shiz and Pickles, I need you to talk again.
Okay, sorry. I just took a sip of my water. And I'm still here. I don't know.
Yeah, when you talk, it shows on my mic over here. I don't know why. Hold on a second. What? That's not possible because I didn't change anything.
See, now on TikTok we can just barely hear her.
I think it was Nikki you said on the line. I could still hear like a little bit of like background noise. It's either a TV or their voice. Okay, yeah, definitely. So I think maybe it was just like some background noise, like a TV or something, some chatter.
And I've been on mute forever.
Also, the problem's gonna be that YouTube's so delayed that by the time you fix something, we'd have to give it a little while to see if it's actually even working for them. Because I'm noticing at least a 30 seconds
From what people are saying in the chat.
Okay. It should be fine now.
I stopped spamming.
It should be fine now. Hopefully. We're about to find out.
So I'll say something.
Can
All
you
right.
hear me?
Morning, Ari.
No.
No what?
I hear you on YouTube.
One of y'all talk again?
Hello.
Yeah, you can hear them. You absolutely can.
Now I can, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. I think it's all fixed now. Y'all be stressing me out with this audio shit. What?
No comment. No comment.
I know what I need to do.
You keep it a lot calmer than you let on.
Who does?
I would probably be losing some hairs by now.
No, dead ass though. It's too much. Y'all literally drive me
I
crazy.
said earlier you were going to need an extra therapy session for the audio distress happening.
No, really though. I think that what I'm gonna do is, at some point, like I said, at some point I don't want the studio to be in our fucking house. I'd rather it be somewhere else where we could just go and get it done. Like I go there in the morning, do the thing, and then come home. All right. The call line is back open for those of you on YouTube and whatnot.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
dropping.
Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Right.
Anytime.
I'll
Bye.
see you later.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Katie. All right. Call line is back open. Stop gaslighting. I wish that, you know what? I wish it was illegal to use words you didn't know what the fuck they meant. That's what I wish. I really do. I mean that sincerely. I wish that it was against the law to use fucking words that you don't know what they mean. What do you mean you're frozen? I'm looking at the screen. I'm not frozen. Then Macca wouldn't speak. Like they say shit like gaslighting and all of these other random ass words, and they don't know what any of these words mean. Like who the fuck told y'all to say this shit? Who told you to say it? Who? Who taught you these words that you don't know? It's crazy. Y'all motherfuckers can't read, but you think that you can use words that you've never heard before, and then you hear it one time, you know what I'm saying, on a fucking Tucker Carlson or y'all listen to people who dropped out of high school. Charlie Kirk is a dropout. He didn't drop out of high school, but he's still a dropout. Like you listen to people who are the least educated people on the planet, and that's who you get your advice from. I swear to God, y'all break a leg, you guys will break a leg and run to the hospital to be seen. Like, you gotta help me, doc. My bone is sticking out of my skin. But then when those same doctors are telling you how to keep yourself safe from a pandemic, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Big Pharma. Shut up. Yeah. And then you do stuff like type Trump 17,000 times in the comment, and you think that makes you look good. You think that gives us more confidence in your ability to rationally think. Trump, 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 Trump. Y'all sound like a bunch of fucking crows. I just want to know what they taste like. At the end of the day, that's all I care about. At the end of the day, that's all I want to know. I just want to know what they taste like. Like, y'all can't even type out full sentences that make sense. Y'all can't even type out full sentences that make sense. How did you immigrant here? Oh, man. You certainly aren't fucking wordsmiths. That's for sure. Breaking.
Trump is pushing a pathway to citizenship for South African farm owners, overwhelmingly white, while plotting mass deportations of brown families, including U.S.-born children who sought refuge here. The hypocrisy is staggering. He's rolling out the red carpet for one group while ripping other families apart or sending them into danger. How does this add up? This is early this morning at 9:10. South Africa is being terrible, plus, to longtime farmers in the country. What the fuck kind of sentence is that? They are confiscating their land and farms, and much worse than that. A bad place to be right now. And we are stopping all federal funding. To go a step further, any farmer with family, he put that in parentheses, from South Africa seeking to flee that country for reasons of safety will be invited into the United States of America with a rapid pathway to citizenship. This process will begin immediately. So hold on, just so I'm clear. The people in South America, Mexico, who you swear up and down is being run by a drug cartel, they're not safe. I mean, they're safe. Those people are safe. Those people have families. They're safe. But the people who own the vast majority of wealth and land in South Africa, which would be the Afrikaners, the white people in South Africa, they own the vast majority of the land and the wealth. They're unsafe. Y'all motherfuckers don't live in any sense of reality whatsoever. So you say that Mexico is run by cartels. You say that Venezuela is run by a dictator. You call Haiti a shithole country, which literally does have gangs running in the streets. Y'all talked about barbecue or whatever the fuck dude's name was all during the presidential campaign. So those people are safe, but the white people who own all of the money and land in South Africa are not safe. Got it. So like I said earlier, that's it. That's all. They just lie about everything. Like nothing is real to them. Sky's purple. Water's not wet. Fire's not hot. Science doesn't exist. Marjorie Taylor Greene promotes measles parties for kids amongst deadly outbreaks. Measles can cause brain swelling and pneumonia. A child in Texas has already died. So Marjorie Taylor Greene is promoting measles parties for kids, I guess to promote herd immunity in her mind. Marjorie Taylor Greene, another high school dropout who does not have a medical degree or a science degree of any kind, is telling people to have their children with measles hang out with other kids. Okay. It's astounding that people are this fucking stupid. Yeah, if that's not proof that Republicans don't give shit about children, I don't know what is. ICE detained a U.S. citizen in Northern Virginia with guns drawn. He offered to show ID and told the officers he was an American citizen, but they handcuffed him anyway. The man was a Trump voter, but says he is reconsidering his support after he was targeted for being Hispanic. And this is in Manassas. This is literally right down the street from where my parents live. I knew I recognized those houses. Yeah, so that's in Prince William County, Virginia. Who is notorious for this type of behavior. They once locked the front and back doors of a grocery store where predominantly Latin people shopped. They locked the front doors and back doors and locked everybody in the grocery store. These people are just terrible human beings. But anyways, Trump forces Ohio University to cancel both their Black alumni reunion and celebrate women events. 40-year-old traditions have been canceled to comply with Trump's ban on so-called DEI initiatives. The events bring in $2 million to the local economy, filling up hotels and restaurants. So, just like mass deportation would cripple local economies, like Nebraska is feeling that right now. They said they have 2 months before they're bankrupt. Now we're killing more local economies. Great. Fantastic. Bravo. Bravo. The phone line is open. Nobody is going to argue with you in the comments of YouTube, Twitch, or any other platform for that matter. So if there is something that you need or want to say, it's 407-900. 1693. Prince, blue states will absolutely come to the rescue. It'll probably be like a state like California that'll come to the rescue of Nebraska, because it's in the best interest of the blue states to make sure that these red states that do a lot of our agriculture stay solvent, so that we have beef and grain and corn and shit like that. You know what I mean? So it's advantageous for the blue states to continue to bail out, the red states. You know what my favorite talking point is? Yeah, their hate is going to end up eating them alive. Their hate is going to end up eating them alive. You know what my favorite thing is now? My favorite little talking point that they have. Is that Joe Biden killed the chickens. I love that shit. Could you imagine Joe running out there with like a machete or some shit, just cutting chicken heads off? Could you imagine that? Just running around, hacksaw Joe Biden. I think I'm gonna put that shit on a shirt now that I think about it. What about Biden? No. I'm going to put that shit on the shirt. Biden just running around with a fucking machete. Just, yeah. Oh, man. That's what I'm going to do. Shout out to Leslie for keeping us updated with what the fuck is going on in the news today. Thank you, Leslie. I didn't say thank you earlier for the Cash App. Bippity, also thank you. Bippity said, for built like cooked and rebagged instant potatoes. That's crazy work. Cooked and rebagged instant potatoes. Wild work. You need a What About Biden shirt? I swear I said I was going to make that shirt like 100 times over, and I still haven't yet. I really need to, though. I really do. I'm going to get around. I'm gonna work on that shit today. It's just that I always have so much shit to do all the time. Like all these kids we have. And then, I've been working to like fix the computer and shit. So that's taken up a lot of my time the last few days. It's like trying to get the rest of the stuff in order. But I think that part is all done. I think that I don't have to really mess with that shit anymore. So things are on the uptick, on the upswing. You would have thought that what I'm saying, that they would have been eager to jump on talking about the libs. I figured we could talk about the libs together today. They don't even want to do that. Yeah, the people, listen, I tried to tell you, Lance, the folks in the YouTube chat, and that's what I really don't understand. That's another thing that I don't understand. Like, why is the conservative leaning people in this country? They're the first ones to talk about like civil war and I got my gun so I can protect myself and all of this tough guy shit, and be the biggest cowards. Like, make that make sense for me. Thank you, Sandy Carter. Matter of fact, thank you for the $10, Sandy. I need to take some of these things off of I'll put you all on the wheel at the end of the day. Leslie, Stephanie, and Sandy, and then Bippity. I appreciate you guys. I do. Like so what I was saying is they're actually just a bunch of cowards, because they're scared of everything, scared of immigrants, scared of, like trans people, scared of queer people, scared of black people. Apparently Trump is scared of little people because he blamed them when the planes crashed. Scared of fucking everything. First of all, y'all need to buy dogs. I think y'all just need to invest in dogs and don't go anywhere without them. Like, you need emotional support and protection animals. Because if y'all are fucking afraid of that much shit, could you imagine being afraid of trans people and you don't know any trans people? Like, you don't even know any. None of them go to school with your children. They don't live in your house. Like, you live in the middle of fucking nowhere, Tennessee, worried about some folks who you've never spoken to and have never spoken to you. Afraid of books, afraid of education. But not afraid of rich billionaires robbing you blind and paying to have your worker protections taken away, paying to have, so that you're not covered by your health insurance anymore, paying to make sure that your water isn't clean, that your air isn't clean, that your fruits and vegetables, aren't filled with fucking toxins. You don't care about that. Not afraid of that. Like, it's fucking nuts. Fucking nuts. Like, y'all don't actually. Matter of fact, I'm going to read this to y'all. I wrote this last night. I'm going to read it to you real quick. Because what I've realized is conservatives don't believe in freedom at fucking all. Like, at all. Like, freedom is the furthest thing from their mind. So, conservative want to tell women what to do with their bodies, ban books, lock up trans people for getting health care, let corporations rob you blind while you struggle to pay rent. That's not freedom. MAGA Republicans don't believe in freedom. They believe in control. Control over your body, control over your paycheck, control over your kids' education, control over who gets to vote. Meanwhile, working people, like all of us, like, you know, all of us in this chat and everybody watching, right, are just trying to live, trying to pay bills, feed our families, stay safe, and have some dignity at the end of the day. And what do these fascists do? They distract you. They blame immigrants. They blame queer people. They blame black folks. They want us fighting each other so we don't see who's really screwing us over. But here's the truth. America only works when it works for all people. That's why we fought in wars against the Schnazis and Britain for freedom. Freedom from corporate greed, because nobody should have to choose between rent and groceries. Nobody should have to make that choice. Freedom to make our own damn choices about our bodies, about our families, about our lives, like who we love, right? Freedom to vote, to protest, to be heard, without Republican fascists threatening jail or rigging the system so that our voices are no longer heard. Freedom from gun violence, because our children deserve to grow up. And growing up shouldn't involve dodging bullets in school. Now, on that note, I want all of y'all to have guns. Literally. I want every single one of you to have a gun. But it shouldn't be easier to get, it shouldn't be as easy to get a gun as it is to buy a fucking cheeseburger at McDonald's. If you need to go to classes and training to drive a vehicle, because if you don't get the classes and the training, there's a good chance that you'll unintentionally kill somebody driving, then you should have to go to classes and training to own a firearm and get a license. Same way you do with a car. Anywho, leftists, primarily those in marginalized communities, the black community, the indigenous community, and some parts of the Latin community, fought so that everybody, including white people, could have rights, like the ability to join a union. Like, had it not been for black labor movements, unions would have been gone a long time ago. Let's see who we got on the line. Good afternoon, caller. Name, age, and where are you calling from?
My name is Devin.
Devin?
31 years old, from Kentucky. Yes,
From
sir.
Kentucky. All right. Devin, only thing I ask is, I don't mind if you curse, but I do ask that you use appropriate, on-air appropriate language for the most part. Just don't use any slurs.
Of course. I'm not
Just
trying to
don't
get you
use
in
any
a strike
slurs.
or anything like that.
Yeah, cool. Appreciate you.
Good stuff. So you got communism equals real freedom. Is that the
Yep.
topic of today?
Mm-hmm.
And why do you say that?
Because I don't believe that people need to be governed or policed. See, the idea of us having a representative republic here in the United States was that we elect people and then they go to D.C. and then they represent our interests. But that's ended some time ago. The vast majority of politicians only represent the interest of corporations and no one else.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you on that. Yeah, we do have our flaws for sure, but I don't think that communism would be the answer to that. And I mean, just by definition, right? Communism would take everyone's businesses and it would be state-owned. That is the opposite of freedom. If you're talking about
communism.
that is the definition of
No, there is no
communism. Is
state in
everything to be?
communism. Nope, there is no state in communism. Communism is a stateless, moneyless, classless society. So it couldn't be state-owned if there is no state.
Well, that's just unrealistic. That's not a real thing
No,
that's
it's
ever
not.
happened in the world
Yes,
or
it
will
has.
ever happen.
The vast
It's an
majority of human history has
unachievable
been
goal.
lived that way. Vast majority of human history has been lived that way.
Name one civilization that
All
didn't
of
have a
them.
state, no currency, no
All
religion,
of them
nothing.
prior to
Name-
like Abrahamic religion and European colonization.
Weird, because Ethiopia was one of the very first countries that Christianity spread to, and
Yeah,
North
because it was in
Africa
the middle of a
was one of
trade
the very
route.
first countries.
Do you know where Ethiopia is on a map?
Yeah, I'm very aware of maps. Yeah.
So it's right on a waterway where a lot of trade was happening. People would come up from Rome, Italy, Greece, straight up to Egypt on the water. So it's not a mystery that Christianity made it from fucking Rome to Ethiopia. Duh.
Yeah, it was one of the first places.
Yes, because it was in the middle of a
that's-
trade route.
All right, but we're getting off subject though. But
I don't know what
I
that
was
had
trying
to
to
do
get at-
with anything, though.
we're talking about communism, and then that was led to no religion, no state, and all that. And I was like, okay, how though? Because if you go to the spreading of it.
In communism, you can worship whatever you want. I just said the vast majority of human history has been lived outside of capitalism. The entirety of the continent of Africa, the entirety of the continent of North America and South America, Australia, most of Asia. Like, if we look at,
All right. Well,
if we look at like
would you do me a
most of
favor
these,
though? Because
sure,
we were talking about communism earlier. That was the original topic, right? And I said that it is it's structured where the state owns everything. Where it's not the state, but everyone owns everything. Everyone gets a little piece, which ends up being the state. If you look at history, right? Look at the Soviet Union. Look at China. That's how it works out. Look at Cuba.
Those
That's
were
how it works
dictators.
out, right? It's multiple dictators. Talking about any of those guys, right? It'd be Mao would be one, and then Pol Pot would be one. But if we're just talking about just the USSR, who are we talking about? Lenin, Stalin, like which one? Which dictator? Because there's quite a few.
All of them.
And none of them had it good. I mean, that in all those places where communism was in power, millions and millions of people died from starvation. They
No, it
didn't
didn't.
have the stuff that.
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
No.
It's really easy to look up, man.
I
It's
know.
really easy to look up how many people starved to death under Lenin, under Stalin. It's really easy. Millions.
Wasn't because of communism.
It is directly because of communism, actually, because he wanted the peasants to no longer work for their own food, so that food would be sent to Moscow. He also told them, hey, we're going to give you guys like all these ovens to do your own like melting of metals and stuff, and that drove food production way, 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 way down, and millions and millions of people starved to death directly because of communism.
How would you
Around
work
40,
towards?
100 and something million.
Yeah, that's not true. More people die from capitalism than communism ever caused. 300,000 people die every year in the United States from from things that are curable and preventable.
But are we talking about capitalism or communism?
Well, no. So I'm gonna get to your other claim though. So just saying that a bunch of people died is not necessarily a deterrent. Like that's not a flex. More people die under capitalism by far.
Well, it's not just if they died. If they
then
died
why don't
from
use it as part of your
directly
argument
due to
then? Don't use it as
politics,
part of your argument then.
right? You're not doing it good faith. The part of my argument.
No,
was,
I am. I'm just saying don't use it as
directly-
part of your argument because more people die under capitalism than ever died under communism.
Okay, if you could show me one, just a single, anything that would back that up.
Sure, yeah, no problem. I'll put it on the screen in just a minute. I just wanted to address the other things that you said, though.
All right.
Okay, cool. So if we're looking at these countries that attempted communism, that were like working towards communism, in all of those imperial nations, like the UK, like the United States, immediately got involved and issued sanctions against them and tariffs and things of that nature. Immediately got involved. So let's look at what came out of the USSR, right? We wouldn't have the internet had it not been for the USSR. Right?
I mean, you could say that about a lot of bad regimes, though. I mean, we wouldn't have a lot of things without Nazi Germany. They did a lot of good for science, we wouldn't have rockets without Nazi Germany. A lot of medicine.
We had
same
rockets
thing,
already before Germany, so I don't know why you would say that.
Yeah, but Wernher von Braun is the one who took us to the moon.
Yeah, we did. Well, no, actually,
also
like we wouldn't have never landed on the moon had it not been for black women specifically.
One black woman. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
It wasn't one black woman. It was literally a group of them. What are you talking about?
I can't remember her name, but no, there was one lady that worked for NASA who was like ultra important with all like the math and all that, but I can't remember the lady's name. But also, you got to look at that may have been a good thing that came out of it, but also look at the regimes that caused it. Like there was crazy like advance in science under the Nazis. There was lots of advancements in like medicine with like the Unit 747 in Japan, which was doing horrible atrocities all throughout China. Like the rape in Nanking was done by them, but still, like, yeah, there were good things that came out of it, but I don't know if you can call that a good thing because those were communist regimes that did horrible, horrible shit.
So Russia, or the USSR, I should say. I apologize. The USSR industrialized at a rate 9 times faster than any other industrialized nation at the time. And because they were rapidly industrializing and doing so well, again, imperialist nations, the UK and the United States, created what they call Red Scare propaganda. They went out of their way to make the entirety of the world believe that what was happening was the worst atrocity ever, so that they could get France and Germany and all of the EU, the current EU, and all of their trade partners to no longer do business with the USSR. So if you're starved of outside resources, if you allow me to finish, because I literally don't interrupt you at all. If you starve,
I was agreeing with you. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
If you starve a country of outside resources, right? Especially, we've lived in a global economy for years, and we realized that, under the Great Depression, as soon as we started participating in isolationism, as soon as we started putting tariffs on outside nations and then removing immigrants from our country, boom, our economy collapses. Like just absolutely bottom falls out. And so that's what we did to Russia. We forced them into isolation and their economy collapsed.
I mean, I think there's more than it's not.
But there's really not.
The USSR side.
There's really not, because think about it like this, right? Imagine, right? If people realized that if they all were collectively working towards the same ends, like, hey, say you like cutting grass. And so you're the person that cuts grass, and there's other people that enjoy cutting grass, right? So that's what y'all do. The people who enjoy cutting grass, fucking go cut grass, right? The people that enjoy, working on plumbing would work on plumbing. And so when you need your grass cut, the guys who cut grass come cut your grass. And when they need plumbing work done, you go do plumbing work. And the roofers do roofing work. And the people that take care of children take care of children. And the people that do hair. And the people that work in medicine do medicine. But that's how the vast majority of societies worked prior to capitalism.
That is capitalism, though. You're talking about supply and demand, dude.
No, I'm
That
not.
is capitalism.
No, I'm not.
That is finance. Yes,
No, I'm not.
It is.
No, I'm not.
You're
Capitalism.
literally talking
No,
about
it's
supply
not.
and demand.
So capitalism means it's required for you to acquire capital.
That would be the supply.
It
for the demand,
requires
which
you
were just
to
talking about.
subjugate human beings and rob them of their labor value in order for
Yeah.
you to create a profit. What I just described is not that.
Okay, what about like employee-owned companies, ESOPs? About that? How do you feel
All
about that?
companies would be employee owned.
No, I'm talking about the ones that currently exist.
They
Like right now.
they statistically do better than those that aren't. Look at Costco.
No, I was just asking how you felt about them. I just wanted to get your input on that. But I don't see how that isn't that you're just talking about supply and demand, though. Right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Nothing I mentioned involves currency.
I didn't mention currency either.
You
said
need
if you wanna be a
currency
plumber,
for
if you need
capitalism.
plumbing, then
The
you go
point of
plumb.
capitalism is to acquire currency or capital.
Okay, that's fine. And
Yeah,
what's wrong with that?
what I just described doesn't require you to acquire anything.
Okay, so people would just be doing things for free. You just enjoy being a plumber.
No,
so
you're
you
not
go to
doing
your
it for
neighbor's house
free.
and do it for
No,
free.
you're not doing it for
What
free.
would you, okay, so my point exactly. What would you be doing it for?
For the greater good. So
That
essentially,
is not human nature, my friend.
yes,
No, that's not
absolutely it
human
is.
nature.
Absolutely it is. What
No,
you
it's
just
not.
said,
That's okay.
is quite literally European-based or elitism and this idea of rugged individualism comes directly from colonizers, because that's literally how all indigenous people operated. If we just look back, not even that long ago, but if we just look back, to Italy, pre-Mussolini, right? And we just look at Italy, the vast majority of people that lived in Italy, they had multi-family and multi-generational homes. So everybody lived together in a communal nature, and everybody took care of each other. So, the village, and this is the same thing with, Africa and indigenous people to the United States. But I'm just pointing this out because maybe if you see white people do it, you'd understand. But like the villages raised the children, like the whole village. Didn't matter who the parents were. The whole village raised the children. The whole village fed the village. They farmed. They shared their resources. They shared homes.
Okay,
And they
so
did well.
That's literally what I'm saying, though, man. Is that like, yeah, you like your example was if you like to be a plumber, then that's what you do. You go out and you and a group of other people go out and do the plumbing.
Yep.
You would do that for a reason. You would do that for
the greater
you
good
would
of
trade
society.
Your plumbing services. You would, but that's not human nature. Once
Yes,
again,
it
you
is.
want security.
But it
It's
is.
not though.
But it
That's
is.
like
So hold on. So
that's
what you're
like
telling me
communism
is,
and
hold on,
then-
just so I'm clear.
okay.
So what you're telling me is I'm Afro-Indigenous. So in like indigenous people to Virginia, that's where I grew up. So if you're sick in the indigenous tribe and you go to the medicine person, did they heal you, or did they tell you to go get 3 fish and 2 deer and a bucket of water and then come back and talk to them about your sick? Or did they just heal your sick?
I don't think they had the abilities to heal anything.
Yeah, they
if
did.
They're just okay with herbs and stuff.
Yeah,
that
they
work.
prevented tens of thousands of people, settlers from dying with herbs and plants and what have you. Africa literally rescued Europe out of the Black Plague.
And wait, what? Why are you saying that?
And smallpox. We literally rescued an enslaved African person rescued the United States from smallpox.
And what makes you say that?
Because he told them all you have to do is scrape the cowpox, cut a slit in your arm, and put the cowpox inside of your arm,
I didn't mean this.
which created immunity.
Plague.
The Black Plague.
Yeah, I know about the smallpox thing. I know about how to find the vaccine for that, but I'm not sure how anybody helped with the Black Plague. I mean,
because
1/3 of the Europeans just died.
Yeah, because Africans traveled into Europe and said, hey, stop sleeping in the same rooms and beds with fucking animals, number one. And number two, stop dumping your feces and pee in the streets. And number three, use soap.
I mean, it was the fleas that was causing the plague, right? So not much of that would. I mean, besides not sleeping with animals, what else is that gonna accomplish by keeping fleas away?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be hard.
It wouldn't have been hard. How do you think they stopped it? How do you think they eventually stopped it?
They didn't. 1/3 of Europe.
Yes,
died.
they did.
They didn't stop it.
So everybody died?
It ran its course.
So everybody died?
No, it ran its course. You know,
no, it didn't run its course.
Just like a one.
No, it didn't
yes,
run
it
its
did.
course.
1/3 of Europe died. One-third of Europe died, and it wasn't just a
1/3 of the men in the United States
thing.
died during the Civil War.
A couple. What now?
I said 1/3 of the men in the United States died during the Civil War. Like, what's your point?
Yeah, and then the Civil War was over.
And
was
exactly.
Plague.
So no, but there was something that had to have stopped it, right?
No, sometimes things just come to the natural end.
Okay.
A lot of the times. Most of the time, I'd say, actually, without anything needing to stop it or start it. Did anything start the plague? No, it's just something that happens, right? It just started, it stopped. You know, that's how immune systems work. You get used to germs and shit, you build an immunity to it. That's why all those indigenous people died from the diseases that weren't killing the Europeans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's already ran its course on the Europeans. They already have the immunity, right?
Who had the immunity?
That's why when the Europeans came over, a lot of indigenous people in North America died because of diseases that Europeans were already used to, because they've already had the.
That's correct.
Yeah, they already have it's already ran the course on the Europeans. They're used to it.
then smallpox erupted and it was killing Americans again. That's our very first incident of having mandatory vaccines. Like, smallpox vaccine was a mandatory vaccine. Everybody had to get it.
I mean, I don't disagree with mandatory vaccines. If you're gonna be in the public, I don't disagree with that. But there's a few of them, obviously, that just, like the COVID one, right? I mean, that kind of got pushed out a little bit too fast, I would say.
What do you mean pushed out too fast? They had been working on it for like 15 years. What's too fast?
No, they didn't, because it's literally called COVID-19.
mRNA vaccines they've been developing mRNA vaccines for years. Do you know how long?
That's true.
Do you know how long?
That's fine and all, but COVID-19 wasn't a thing until 2019.
That's not true. But COVID was.
That's
not that novel, not the novel virus, but COVID has been around since it's been on Lysol bottles since like the 70s.
So you're thinking about coronavirus.
Yes.
And the flu is a coronavirus. But
yes.
COVID is a whole different thing. COVID-19 is not.
No,
a
sir.
whole different thing. The
no,
flu
sir.
is a coronavirus, but COVID-19 was not a thing until 2019.
It's a novel coronavirus.
Yeah, and that's different than just calling them. Yeah, flu is a coronavirus.
No.
It literally is. You can.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
Okay, just Google it. It's really easy.
This is what I was talking about earlier, y'all.
Coronavirus, quote unquote, common cold viruses, disease. So it is.
No, it's not.
I'm literally on the CDC right now, and it's talking about coronaviruses, and yeah, it is. aka and coronavirus is this is in parentheses, the common cold viruses. I mean,
Sir,
so yeah,
you said
that is
the
a
coronavirus was the flu. No, it is not.
No, I said the flu is a coronavirus, is what I said.
COVID-19 was a novel coronavirus.
That no one knew about until 2019. That's why it's called COVID-19.
Sir, do you know what novel means?
Yeah. Do you know what 19 means? Because, like, what the hell, man?
Sir, that's why it's a novel coronavirus.
Okay, so then we're agreeing with each other that it wasn't a thing until 2019. That COVID-19.
That doesn't change the fact that they were working on mRNA vaccines for a long time.
And is it a blanket for all coronaviruses?
No.
There you go. There you go. Thank you.
Nobody said it was. You said it came out too fast.
Are you trying to
My
say?
response
What are
was,
you trying to say? You said they've been working on it for 15 years before they even knew it was a fucking disease? What are you talking about, dude? You can't be working.
what do you
on a
know about
vaccine that you don't know what the
virology
fucking
or
disease is.
immunology? What do you know about virology?
Clearly
or
more than you
immunology?
do. You're talking about them working on a vaccine before they even knew a disease existed. A disease that came out in 2019, they've been working on for 15 years. Really? The math just doesn't math there, bud.
I wish y'all weren't
Your math ain't mapping.
I wish you guys weren't so like arrogantly wrong all the time.
I mean, it's pretty easy math to do, right?
Okay.
15
No, it's
years,
not, sir.
2019.
Okay, sir.
That hasn't happened yet.
What is mRNA?
I can't remember the fucking acronym.
It's messenger ribonucleic acid. Okay.
Yeah, I can remember the M, but the rest of it, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So they had been working on these specific vaccines, right? Developing them because we knew that mRNA viruses had the potential to be pandemic level.
Yeah.
So when the novel coronavirus reared its ugly ass head, we were ahead of the game.
But this goes back to it's not going to be a blanket coronavirus immunization. You know what I mean? Just because
I never said that it was. I never made the claim that it was. I never once made the claim that it was.
You're saying that they were working on a novel coronavirus.
You said it came out too fast. I said, nope, they've been developing it.
They've been developing on a disease they didn't even know existed yet. But when I asked you if it was,
Christ.
But you're saying this, but at the same time, so I ask you, I say, okay, they didn't know it existed yet. They're already working on it. That's supposed to be just a blanket for all coronaviruses.
Corona existed.
So
Corona existed. SARS existed, which is a variation.
Okay.
Like these
Okay,
things
so
actually did exist. You don't know what you're talking about.
But you realize the things you're saying can't be true at the same time.
Yes, they
right?
are, sir.
No,
we had SARS before COVID, did we not?
I'm asking you.
Okay.
I'm not finished what I was saying. I was asking you. Okay, so if they didn't know about,
You know what's crazy is why people can never just admit. You know what? I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Dude, you're not paying attention to your own.
It's okay.
Words.
It's okay. I'm gonna put it on the.
You're not paying attention to your own words. No, you're just
Okay.
not paying attention.
So
to your own
I'm gonna
words.
put it. I'm gonna put it on the screen for everybody to see. Okay. I'm gonna put it on the screen for everybody to see. So that
Okay,
I
once
don't have
again,
to
to
keep
break it down,
arguing.
for what you are saying, these are your words, because you
I'm gonna
said,
put it on
okay,
the
they've been
screen so
working
everybody
on
can
the
see.
novel coronavirus for 15
then
years,
they'll
way before
know that I was
COVID-19
right
was
and
an
that we
actual
don't have to
thing,
listen
right?
to you
So
yapping
then,
along.
whenever I ask you if they're working on just a blanket coronavirus for all coronaviruses, you say no.
That would be stupid. That would be stupid.
Okay, so then how are they working
Because
on
it's an
COVID-19
mRNA
if
vaccine
COVID-19 was a
for an
thing? How are they
mRNA
working on a
disease.
disease that wasn't even a thing yet?
Oh
How
my
is it possible?
fucking God!
It was a
Because
blanket.
other variations
How the fuck?
existed before it.
So it would be a blanket one then, wouldn't
Jesus
it?
Christ,
Right.
no, it wouldn't. God
Wouldn't be
damn it,
blanket.
why are
If
y'all
there
so
was more than one,
fucking
that's called a
stupid?
blanket. Then it
Oh
would
my
be a
God.
blanket.
Y'all motherfuckers are dumb as shit. Like, just dumb. Like, absurdly fucking stupid. The phone line is not open right now. So I'm going to show everybody the different types of coronaviruses that existed before COVID-19 and how they were working on the specific types of viruses prior to COVID-19 being a thing. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to do that. So everybody will be able to see it on the screen here in just a second. Oh, sorry. I can't even see the screen. Sorry. Okay. So, as everybody can see here, right? SARS. Do you see what you see SARS up here, right? So before, this one is from February of this year, so this one is kind of newer. But before we had coronavirus, we had SARS. Like, this is how we knew that there was going to be issues with a virus of this kind. The warning signs were there. As a matter of fact, the CDC and Barack Obama created. Oh, you can't see it, guys? I'm sorry. I thought it was on the screen. My bad. Oh, do I not have the screen up? Sorry. Give me a second. Yeesh. Oh, shit. Where's my camera screen at? Sorry. Give me a second, y'all. All right. Let me put it up now. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to make the box bigger so you can see it. All right. I do apologize for that. And I'll zoom in once I get to the page. Just give me a second. And I'll put it up here for Twitch too. There we go. So here now it's on the background so that everybody can see it. So when was our first exposure to SARS? Okay. So SARS, which is a severe acute respiratory syndrome, was a new disease in the fall of 2002. 2002. The early symptoms of SARS and COVID-19 are very similar, including fever, cough, headache, shortness of breath, and breathing difficulties. Diarrhea was reported in about 20 to 25 of the patients in SARS, while intestinal symptoms were rarely described in patients with COVID-19, right? So then we have to go look at what COVID-19 and SARS differences and similarities, like how it was transmitted. When an affected person coughs or sneezes and respiratory droplets are propelled through the air and deposited on the person or nearby surfaces. Exact same thing with COVID. Same thing. First discovered in Asia, February 2003. The outbreak lasted approximately 6 months as the disease spread to more than 24 countries in North America, South America, Europe, Asia, before it was stopped in July of 2003. And so because we had outbreaks like this previously, right, with novel viruses that spread in the same manner that COVID did, we started developing mRNA vaccines. So that if there's another novel virus, we were ahead of the game. Just like the flu vaccines are not a one-shot stops all, coronavirus vaccines could also not be. Now, flu virus vaccines have live culture in them. The coronavirus vaccines is an mRNA, which delivers messages specifically to tell your body that you have become immune to something. Not necessarily immune, but resistant to it. Like screaming and yelling as if, you know, you are educated in something that you have no idea what you're talking about just makes you guys look ridiculous. And listen, I'm not even going to get into, like, Republicans or conservatives or whatever fucking red, blue, team blue, dumb shit that y'all be on. You run around and swear up and down that you hate liberals. I'm not going to get into why you're stupid for saying that, but I am going to get into the point where, like, these people that you call liberals or Democrats or whatever, you know, category you decide to put them in, they hate you too. But they hate you because you're responsible for elderly people and children losing their fucking lives unnecessarily. Because you're responsible for children coming home from school and their parents have been sent to another country. You're responsible for Asian people during COVID-19 getting beat up in the streets. You're responsible for queer people being harmed. You're responsible for, trans individuals from being physically harmed and unalive. You're responsible for women being harmed, for women dying in their fucking cars in the parking lot in front of the goddamn hospital. You're responsible for 12-year-old children having to start fucking school as a mother. They hate you too, but for good reasons, not made up ones. Not because you created a fucking boogeyman. For real reasons, because real people's lives have been harmed and taken. I'm going to open back up the call line. Oh, sorry, I didn't even check to see if people were in the request on Tiki Takis. Let me check real quick. Nope. I don't see anybody in the request on TikTok. Is there anybody who wanted to say something before I turn the call line back on? Like, now's your opportunity. So send your request now, or I'm going to take the next caller. BSB, what's going on? Good morning. Or good afternoon. Hello? All right. Nope. Nobody wants to say anything? Yes, we are definitely still admitting people for COVID. Yes, and we had MERS as well, which is a variation of coronavirus. Coronavirus is a virus that typically attacks your respiratory system. Like I said, it's been around forever. It's not just a cold. Because you can test for a coronavirus, you can't test for a cold. You can test for the flu. All right. The phone line is back on. So somebody would like to call in. I reopened the phone line. Somebody said Malcolm X warned everybody about the white liberal. Yes, he also warned everybody about the conservative. He said the conservative is the wolf who looks at you with a snarl so that you always know where you stand with them. So he said conservatives were blatantly racist and liberals were covertly racist. But he was still talking about white people at the end of the day. So, yeah. Hello, caller. Name, age, and where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm not going to give you my name. We can.
If I don't know what to call you, we can't have a conversation. So, sorry. That's not how you start a fucking conversation with somebody, though. I said hello. Like, you can tell the people that weren't raised well. Like, people just come in your house, walk around with their fucking shoes on and shit. Open the fridge, don't ask you. Like, take a sip of your drink. Like, right out the carton and shit. You know, those type of people. Let me see if he learned anything. Good afternoon, caller. How are you? Name, age, and where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Daniel. I'm 27, and I'm in Virginia.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good. What would you like to talk about, friend?
Well, first of all, I just want to make sure that I'm not going to get screamed at like your last caller.
Yeah, I don't appreciate people like pretending that they're right about something. When they clearly are uneducated or ill-informed on the subject. Like, I'm not going to talk to you about, rocket propulsion because I don't know jack shit about rocket propulsion.
I mean, I just want to, just keep this respectful and everything, obviously.
Sure. No problem.
Also, can you put on topic? The topic on the stream is about communism and freedom. So would we be able to maintain that subject matter?
There's two topics up there, but sure, if you want to talk about communism.
Yeah. So how do you justify, or rather I should say, how do you counter the tragedy of commons with saying that it's actually a system that works? Communism.
Yeah. I combat it with the tragedy of capitalism. People dying unnecessarily due to lack of resources.
Yeah, see, that's not a valid argument.
It is.
Because
it is. I'm going to explain to you why. I'm going to explain to you why. You can't tell me it's not a valid argument. You don't even know what the argument is.
Second, let's assume, right?
Okay, got it.
We'll assume that capitalism actually does suck, right? Let's assume that for a second. That is not a justification then for communism.
Yes, it is.
So how is saying that something else is bad? Because also they're not direct opposites of each other.
Yeah, they are.
It's not like saying they're not.
They are.
They're not. They both have flaws.
Nope.
And you're also not addressing my original question.
You haven't stopped talking.
Which is basically, let me just, I'm not sure how many
you haven't
of
stopped
your
talking. You're like, you didn't answer my question. And you've been talking the entire time.
Well, what I was going to say before I was so rudely interrupted
okay.
I was going to explain the tragedy of commons because I'm not sure how many of your viewers are aware of what that is, and it hasn't really been a term used in modern politics.
Yeah, it's a theory.
Well, it's a common sense idea.
It's not. Do you know what common sense means? Okay, bro, at some point you got to let somebody else talk. Look, because I'll gladly go and make myself a sandwich or some shit if you just want to host the platform. I'll just go make a sandwich.
Oh, yeah,
and you can
that'd
talk
be good,
to your blue in the face.
Someone here would be able to actually give valid information.
They're going to leave. Everybody's going to leave. So you'll just be talking to yourself. But that's essentially what you're doing now.
Sure, yeah, go ahead. I mean, I'll be able to finish my point, and I've been trying to make...
Could you imagine telling somebody, you never answered my question, and then never shutting up? Like, that's what narcissists do. Like, narcissistic men in relationships, you know what I'm saying? Like, they'll ask a woman a question mid-argument, and then as soon as they open their mouth to start talking, they start talking over them. Women, or AFAB people, if you're listening right now, this is what abuse looks like, y'all. This is what abusive men look like. This is the red flag that you need to be seeking. This is the red flag that you need to be aware of. When they start an argument with you and ask you questions, and then as soon as you start talking, they start talking again so that you never get to say anything, and then accuse you of not participating in the conversation.
Are you done? Are you going to let me finish my original point? You keep saying that I've interrupted you and I'm not stopping talking. If you would let me finish my original, paragraph and a half, 2 paragraphs top, this would have never devolved.
I'm not going to listen to any of it, but go ahead.
Okay, cool. So what I was going to say to your audience and just explain the metaphor of the tragedy of commons so that they understand what we're talking about is it is a main... Okay. So it is a main metaphor used to counter communism. So basically, you have a field, and because no one owns the field, no one takes care of the field, which is, by definition, what communism is. There's no government. Supposedly, there's no government, even though that never actually works in practice because someone always has to enforce something. It's against human nature for anything to be utopic in that fashion, so it's never going to actually be stateless, and we can go back to that later. And that's about it. I mean, it's a very simple metaphor that completely eviscerates the entire idea of communism. And rather than saying that it's a false theory or that it's just metaphor or a false metaphor, actually counter it. I haven't heard you actually say anything other than, honestly, just trying to yank some stuff out of your ass and just, you haven't cited any sources. You haven't said a single thing other than, in fact, what you've done on the topic of communism is you've said blatant misinformation. Such as you said
bro,
earlier.
Still here? Bro, still talking?
I mean, I was wondering when you were going to interrupt me, so I figured that, I let you interrupt me,
bro,
and and when to stop talking. So you're back now?
That's crazy. Bro
You
sat here
back
and
now?
talked to himself the whole fucking time.
You back now?
6 hours later.
It's been 6 minutes, but I wouldn't expect you to be able to tell the time. So
He said he barely
we
took
all
a
have
breath.
our weaknesses.
Sir, I'm a member of Mensa.
Why also, if it's supposed to be a platform for free debate, why is your moderators and yourself removing comments
Sir, the
from the
debate
chat?
sticker is a joke. I only debate my intellectual equals. You're not that.
Why is that? You haven't actually countered a single thing that I've
You've
said.
never
That's rather.
stopped talking.
I've asked you, and I've explained already that the only reason that was because you had originally interrupted the, 2 paragraphs tops that I was going to say. This could have been solved,
This is
after like 90
insanity.
seconds. We can sit here in awkward silence. That's cool.
Capitalism is coercion. It's coercive in nature.
How?
So, if you take food that freely grows and commodify it, water that exists across the entirety of the planet and commodify it, animals that freely roamed and commodify them, fish that swim in the sea and commodify them, healthcare that would have been given to you by the people in your community for free and commodify it, education that would have been given to you by people in your community for free.
You don't know
and
that
commodify.
either.
Why are you interrupting me? I literally left so you could talk.
That's it.
You have no emotional intelligence at all, huh?
That's the guy screaming at a previous caller, but okay.
Because they behave like you.
Well,
sometimes you have to treat children as children.
You were the one that escalated that. You were the first one that started screaming.
I did not. I was making sure he could hear me.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, you screamed so he could hear you.
Did you come up here to, you know what I'm saying, like cut cape for him? Like, was that your man? You want me to bring him back? You want me to bring him back so y'all can talk? Like we can do like a love connection type thing?
Wow, that's a little homophobic.
No, it's not. I'm cool with people being gay. Like, I think the vast majority of conservative men are gay.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd love to see the statistics behind that, but okay.
Oh, I can show them to you. Yes! Nobody's ever asked me for that. Now somebody asked me for some shit that I actually want to talk about. Yes! Tell him what he's won,
Well,
Bob.
I was hoping that.
No, I got you. No, I got you, bro. Now, this is exciting. This is exciting. Man, I don't think I've ever been this excited on a live stream before. Fucking A. I guess you ask the right questions, you know what I'm saying? Or say the right thing and you get what you want. Whew!
Wow, this guy really doesn't want to talk about.
No, I do. I'm gonna get back to that in just a second.
Then let's talk about it. Then.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna get right back to that in a second. Just relax. No, we got to do this first. Okay. Men
I only got so long.
are
I'm driving to work.
homophobic. Are most likely interested in men. Here we go. The results of this study indicate that individuals who score in the homophobic range and admit negative effect towards homosexuality demonstrate significant sexual arousal to male homosexual erotic stimuli. Homophobia and impulse attraction to the same sex, the relationship between masculinity and internalized homophobia. Like, I can show you article after article. Homophobes might be hidden homosexuals.
Claim was that the majority of conservative men.
Yes. So when hold on. Let me pull that right back up. Let me put that right back up so everybody can see it. Here. RNC shuts down Grindr. Shuts down Grindr.
That doesn't prove your original point
Shuts
at all.
down Grindr. What is Grindr for?
I don't. It's
Bro, you don't gotta lie to us.
Dating app.
You don't have to lie to us. You don't have to lie to
That's all
us.
I've heard about. I can't say I've ever used any dating app, so I wouldn't be able to say that I'm an expert on Grindr. But
Sure, but they could literally pinpoint where it was coming from.
yeah,
They could
and I'm
pinpoint.
not, look,
They can pinpoint, right? Exactly which oh shit.
we're actually gay. I'm not saying that.
Exactly
All I'm saying is that
which
your
area
original-
which area was responsible for the crash.
conservative men are secretly gay, and now we've gone bizarrely off topic again, which you.
Well, no, I
doing.
mean, I was just pointing out, you know, something that I thought was somewhat obvious.
Secretly.
My apologies. Anyways, going back to what I was saying, if you take things that were freely and readily available and you commodify them all, and then you tell people if they don't provide you with the currency that you created, you can no longer have these things, and then absence of those things causes people to die, then that is coercion. It is force. So you are violently forcing somebody to do something that you want them to do. That is coercion.
Okay, so that has a very specific and very far-reaching flaw in what you just said.
It doesn't.
And that is that, okay, whatever you say, that is that you are assuming that education and healthcare are just automatically going to be freely given.
They were for the vast majority of human history.
No, they weren't.
Okay, so as an indigenous person, right, if you were to go, or if I were to go to the medicine person in my tribe, in my community, and said, hey, I'm sick, do you think they would have told me to go and get, you know what I'm saying, 6 fish and 2 deer, and then they would heal me, or did they heal me? I mean, even more so.
That was the case.
What?
The reason why, for instance, I forget his exact name, but it was the Greek who made the Hippocratic Oath. The reason why he was so profound for his day was because he gave it for free. It wasn't that.
It wasn't his idea. Like the vast majority of the stories written in the Bible, like if we start with Acts, right, the book of Acts, it says to take all of your possessions, sell them, bring the proceeds of the sale to the tabernacle, and then the priest would equitably divide all of the resources amongst the people. And whoever needs the resources the most would be first in line to receive them.
Here. Come on.
What?
Come on now. Let's act like an adult and we'll let each other finish.
Bro, what are you talking about? I was talking first. You've cut me off every single time I've spoken.
You interrupted me when I brought up the Greek guy, bro.
Is this person okay?
As I was saying, the reason why he was so profound for his day was while he was a very skilled healer, he then took that and gave it for free to the commoner.
Imagine, I put him on hold because he just repeated the same dumb shit that he said before. Imagine thinking that this rando white dude is the one who created giving away healthcare for free. Homo sapiens sapiens have been around for 285,000 years. And he thinks this Greek dude invented giving away healthcare for free. Like, what the fuck? There's no way in the world that anybody's this absurd. He hung up. Poor fella. Poor guy. Like, bro, this Greek dude didn't make up giving fucking shit away from free. Could you imagine healers in an ancient culture saying, you got some gold? Let's see who we got. Hello, caller. Name, age, and where you calling from?
Derail.
You said what? I'm sorry, I missed it. What? Hello? You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. What's your name?
Derail.
Derail. What's your age, Derail?
35.
35. Where you calling from?
California.
All right.
Long Beach.
Oh, shout out Long Beach. I got a lot of friends there.
Yeah, it's a cool little city.
Yeah, it is. I was just there.
So I was just wondering. I caught you alive. Are you saying that you think communism is the way?
Absolutely.
See, I think that might be going back to like almost a one world order, or like back to the old days.
I mean, I don't mind going back to the old days, but I don't believe in I don't believe in like a global government or a global like rule or anything like that. Like, you live in Long Beach, right?
Yeah.
Long Beach is a municipality. Long Beach has a mayor, don't they?
Yes.
Okay, so it's its own municipality, made up of the citizens. But Long Beach is in another county, yes?
Yeah, in LA County.
In LA County. So it's a city within the county.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So why couldn't all of the people in Long Beach operate in a communal nature?
No, what I would say is I believe the right to elevate your status. I believe that, but I do believe healthcare.
What do you mean elevate your status? Why do you need a status above the other people in society?
I feel like you can start from the bottom and rise up, or you might. It's a lot of success stories. They family started from the bottom, or they didn't have a lot. And
why should somebody have to beat their body to shit? You know what I'm saying? And sacrifice the vast majority of their life trying to obtain wealth just so they can elevate themselves above other people in society. I'm assuming you're not. I'm assuming you're not Christian or anything like that, right?
No, I believe in God. I believe you try to do it says to work hard and to do your best too. And so with that, sometimes you elevate, and it's a lot of people in the Bible that Joseph was a God-fearing man. He had a lot of tests, but he elevated.
Elevated in what
David
way?
started from the bottom and elevated. So it's a lot of people in the Bible that
Jesus specifically said it'd be harder for a rich man to enter the gates of heaven than to pass a camel through the eye of a needle.
Oh yes, and yes, that's true. But at the same time, it's a narrow gate, and it's already hard to get there. It's not an easy path, and
do you remember when the man and his wife were told to sell all their possessions and then bring the money? Bring them the money.
Yes, it might be their cross.
What happened?
Everybody's cross might be different.
What happened when they didn't? When they tried to hold some of the money for themselves?
It didn't work well.
Yeah, they were torched.
It didn't work well, but everybody has their own cross.
They were turned to dust immediately. When Jesus was asked how, you know what I'm saying, they could become good, what did Jesus tell the man to do?
He told a couple people to give. He gave
He said, sell all of your things. Give away all of your things, sell all of your things, and then come follow me.
Yes, that was that person's cross.
No,
it might be somebody else's. It might be somebody's.
That theme is repeated over and over and over and over again from the Old Testament all the way through the New.
I know it's relative, but at the same time,
relative to what?
God has blessed me. It's to the person.
Bro, prosperity gospel is horseshit. Prosperity gospel is horseshit.
No, what I'm saying is, I believe that. I don't believe in that. It's about your heart and following the commandments. But at the same time, you might love worldly things. That might be your thing, or you might have a thing with fornication or gambling. Everybody has their vice. And
so what you're saying,
might have been
so what you're
vice.
saying is you're going to
intentionally
go against the word of God because living like that doesn't suit you.
No, I wouldn't say that. But
that is what you're telling us.
No, what I'm saying is that you have Job, that was a righteous man, and God blessed him. There are people that follow God and are blessed, but some people can't handle that. Some people, that's their cross, and sometimes they start to sin when they get that, or
just say it. You want nice cars, gold chains, you know what I'm saying, and fancy clothes, and fuck them poor people.
Not really.
Fuck them homeless people.
My desire is to be comfortable, and
why wouldn't you be comfortable? So you're telling me that if you had,
be able to go to.
So Fred, you're telling me that if you had a home that you didn't have to pay a house payment on, health insurance that you didn't have to pay a monthly premium for, food that you didn't have to, you know what I'm saying, to budget for every month, education for your children that you didn't have to save up for 20 some odd years so that they could go and then still be left with a fucking loan that they need to pay off or you need to pay off. You telling me that wouldn't be comfortable?
Is my freedom took away?
No. What freedoms would you lose? How more free could you be?
They're not giving you all that without
what?
Like, you know,
that's how human beings lived for the vast majority of human existence.
No, back in the day, it was like...
Back in what day?
Dictatorship.
Back in what day?
Like Roman dictators.
Bro, why is it that y'all all only talk about white people countries? How many times a day do you think about Rome?
Africa got like 50 different countries.
How many times a day do you think about Rome? No, they don't have 50-something countries. How many days... how many times a day do you think about Rome?
I would say, I don't know, because I think about Jesus, and Jesus was in the Rome, so it kind of coincides.
Where's Jesus
from?
Because
his business was
where's Jesus?
Jesus is from Israel. Jesus is from Israel, but he was also around that time, and they walked those areas.
Jesus was born in Palestine.
Well, Bethlehem.
Palestine.
I mean, they changed the names. You can look in the book, and then they changed the names. Names changed, but
born in Palestine.
the places are the places.
He's a Palestinian.
Places. Oh, I don't disagree that. I don't disagree. But at the same time, they did operate around the area. Rome did control that area for the time. So it's like, you know,
so
the Jewish people did have...
There was no civilizations before Rome?
No, Egypt had the pharaohs.
What does that
That's
mean?
what I'm saying. It was like, did they have Egypt? Egypt had the pharaohs. You had the one person on top.
What does that mean?
And everybody had it. It's going to turn into like that. If you if you say that,
you think all the pharaohs were dictators?
Most of them. There was probably some good ones, but most of them.
Name a single pharaoh.
All I'm saying is you don't get that built.
Name a pharaoh.
Without nobody's building that.
Name a pharaoh.
You got Nefertiti. You got the raw one. You got It's a few of them. I can't think of it. There's a few more.
The vast majority, like a shit ton of them, their name ended in Ra.
Yeah.
So that never mind. So do you know that the people that built the pyramids built them willingly?
You think so?
I know so.
I don't believe that.
It's written in the hieroglyphics.
We can agree to disagree.
We're gonna disagree with their own written. Hold on. We're gonna disagree with their own.
So what do you think,
sir? We're going to disagree with their own written history.
I'm saying you think because they had slaves. So to say that they had people probably wanted to do it. So you had a crew. But to say 100% was in there, I'm not saying there was no people willing to do it because you had people to do the math. And so you had people, but the people that they had people that was forced labor.
Bro, you watch too many fucking movies, man.
You don't think there were slaves. You think
how many books have you read on Egypt and the development of Egyptian society and culture?
I read a couple. I haven't read
Name one.
all, but I don't know.
Name
deeply.
one.
I don't know deeply.
Name one.
I don't know deeply.
Name one. Name a book you read on Egyptian culture and the rise of their society.
See, you got access to Google. I could look it up.
I ain't asked you to Google shit. I asked you to tell me the name of the book that you read.
I don't have access to the book right now.
Oh.
But
okay.
I get
Came
the
to
book.
church, didn't bring his Bible with him.
I got a Bible with me. I don't carry Egyptian. I'm a God-fearing man, so why would I delve?
No, you're not.
Super deep in it.
You're not God-fearing man. No, you're not.
Why not?
Because God told you to give up all of your worldly possessions. Have you done that?
But he says to work hard and do well.
It does. Give me the verse. Give me the verse that says that.
It says it all in Proverbs that you
give me the
work
verse.
hard and not be a lazy man.
Give me the verse.
All right.
Where does it say that you have to work hard for money so that you can have a place in society higher than others?
I didn't say work hard for money.
Bro, what are we even talking about then? We're talking about capitalism versus communism.
He just worked hard. He was a laborer. To labor with your hands is not to be a lazy man. That's all I'm saying. And then you should be able to.
Sir, you can work hard without capitalism.
You should be able to reap your benefits and reap what you
do. You've done something positive for society.
I understand that. And now it's on you. Now if I reap $1 million, right? Now it's on me.
Communism doesn't have money.
No. Listen. This is what if I reap $1 million from doing the work and just doing a good job. Now it's my job to sow that back into, give 10%, 20%, whatever the Lord inclines your heart to do. But it's your job to give back to the Lord and give thanks.
That 10%, that you donate to the church, where does it go?
Nah, church is crooked. I ain't said it. I'm on a relationship with finding Yeshua and following Jesus' path.
But you just said you give your 10% to the church.
No. You can, but if
so you don't even do that. So you don't do that. You don't do that either. So you're not giving your money to nobody.
I don't really have none that much. So
you're not a God-fearing man.
But if I do, the homeless, if God tells me to give some money to the homeless,
if God tells you to, He already did in the Bible. Matthew 25 verses 31 through 46. Matthew 25.
Comes up to me and asks for me something, and I don't really have it, but I have it. I'm gonna give them something.
So either God has to tell you, or they have to come to you and ask.
For the most part, yes. I'm not lying about that. No, because I don't really have that much. What I could probably do is give them time and talk to them, but I don't have something of reasonable source to give them like that all the time because I'm not in the best position. But I'm not talking about it. I'm just saying, if you got it, you got it. Now, what you do with it,
bro,
that's between you and God.
How are you a brokey fighting for the billionaires?
I'm not, because I don't uncover their stuff. Wherever God placed me, is God placed me. And I understand that in my situation, I'm the 1% because at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that follow God are in way worse situations. You know, I'm not in the, I got to be grateful for my situation. And I'm grateful for it. I'm
Bro.
still protected. I'm still doing what I need to do. I'm still able to do what I need to do to maintain.
You're fighting to be subjugated. What kind of work do you do? What kind of work do you do?
I do armed security and I'm a photographer.
So you're a mall cop and you take pictures.
Not a mall cop. Armed security.
So you're a mall cop and you take pictures.
I do different little locations and things like that.
Gotcha. So you're the person that drives around, you know what I'm saying, like my gated community in the little car at night.
I might do that. I might do the bars. I might drive the like you said, the neighborhood. I might be in little high areas that need to be guarded with materials. I've done SpaceX. So it's just different areas we put you in. I'm not the top
flight security in the world, Craig.
Oh, but I'm close. The next level is where you get the money. So it's just the process.
How much you get paid an hour? How much you get paid an hour?
Depends on the job.
Okay. On average. On average, what'd you get paid an hour? On average.
If it's armed, 25, 26.
Is $26 worth you? Is $26 an hour worth you getting shot?
I picked the right post. I'm not doing no armored trucks and nothing like that. But it's always a possibility, yeah.
Is $26 an hour worth you getting shot?
No.
Okay.
But you can get shot any day. So you gotta take that risk.
You have to take that risk? Shit. I don't have to take that risk.
Man, we got a history of people in this country of let's not go that subject. We got history of people like didn't think they was gonna get shot that day. That wasn't in that line of work. So it is what it is. Can't live scared.
It is what it is.
I believe in God. God protect me.
Sure. Got it. So you think that somebody who makes $26 an hour, so let's do the quick math on that, watchers, listeners. Let's do 26 times 40 is $1,040. That's a week, right? Times 52 weeks.
It's hard out here. I've done the math. It's hard as motherfucker.
That's 52 weeks. Hold on. That's 52 weeks. That's $54,080, right? So that's below the national average. He's making below the median income to risk his life. Okay. So now let's take California has high state taxes, and then the federal income tax. So let's take out 25% of that. Let's take out 25% of that. Let's take out 25% of that. Now bro's at 40,560 after paying taxes, payroll taxes, state taxes. Now he's at 40,560. You have a car payment, bro?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
how much your car payment each month? How much your car payment each month?
$385.
$385. So let's say 400 times 12, right? So what's that? 28.
No, I get where you're going.
So hold on.
My whole thing is, with this society, I can elevate that. Now, with me doing my hard work, like I said, and me getting the right licenses, and me taking the right classes, I can elevate that. I don't want to be capped. I don't want to say this is what you got and this is what it is. I don't want to be that because I might want to do better.
So after your car payment,
it's good for people that.
After your car payment, you're at 35.7. We got 35.7. Do you pay rent?
That's what I'm saying. I already know where you're going. Like that's what I'm saying. I didn't have a lot, so I already know. But what I'm saying to you is the reason I believe, look, it should be, if anything, more socialist because I believe healthcare and schools.
So you believe that, what is socialism? What is socialism?
like a little blend of both.
What is socialism?
A little bit of both.
What is socialism?
That's what I'm saying. It's a little bit. It's like a little bit of both. I think.
A little bit of both what? A little bit of both what?
I think what Canada.
A little bit of both what? A little bit of both what?
Communism.
No, sir. Socialism is when workers, people like you, own the means of production. So the security company that you work for, you'd be one of the owners. You wouldn't be an employee.
I understand that, but I'm just saying that I'm not tripping on it. I just want
We got to stop confusing social programs with socialism.
Oh, let's just again. I don't know. I'm not gonna do the disagree because you might be right. But all I say is, all I want different here is free health care. We pay enough in taxes. Free health care.
Do you vote?
Schooling. That's the only thing that needs to change.
Do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Who'd you vote for?
For who? For like what part?
For president.
What part?
For president.
Oh. You gonna go that way? Because I voted, but that might turn left.
Who did you vote for?
Okay. I voted for Trump.
There it is, y'all. Weakest link.
It's not the weakest link.
No, you are in fact black man. You are in fact the weakest link.
Baby killing.
You are in fact the weakest link. You are the weakest link. Yes, you do. You absolutely support baby killing. Yo, you support them dying. You support them dying in the womb along with the mother. You support them dying outside of the womb in the classroom. You support them dying from lack of access to health care, from lack of access to resources, from lack of access to food, from lack of access to shelter. You do support them dying. You just want them to die after the woman has been forced to give birth to them. You just want them to die after the woman has been forced to give birth to them. What you're not going to do, is talk over me on my platform, weak link. That's what you're not going to do. What you're not going to do is talk over me on my own platform, weak link. You want them to die after a woman has been forced to give birth to them. That's what you want. Y'all the weakest fucking link. Bro want to be a white man so bad. What's wrong with you, black man? He want to be a cop. He said he wanted free health care and free education and voted against both of them. Because he cares about babies. Bro, are they your babies? Are they your babies? Because, like, bro, if you don't believe in abortion, don't have one. Don't have an abortion. Then you ain't got to worry about it. If you don't have an abortion, you didn't participate in abortion. Hello, caller. Name, age, and where you calling from?
This is Corey, 47, calling from the highway.
All right, Corey from the highway. What's going on, buddy?
I had a lot. Just an interesting topic.
Which one of them? Liberals destroying
What's
America?
that?
Or, I said the liberals destroying America or communism?
Oh, well, I guess it would be the communism side of it.
Okay. So you do agree liberals are destroying America?
I wouldn't say exclusively.
I would. I'd say exclusively.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that those out here who are advocating for free market capitalism and deregulation of corporations are absolutely destroying this country.
Free market? Do we even have free market capitalism?
Nope. But that's what they advocate for. That's what they say they're advocating for. Those are liberal ideologies. That's what a liberal means. Somebody that advocates for free market capitalism and lack of regulation for large corporations, and also personal autonomy from the government.
I could get down with that.
Sure, I
could
agree. I could
did
agree with
want
one
to
of those
touch
things.
on, though. One of the things I did want to touch on, a couple callers back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the hell he was rambling on about, but I did catch on to, okay, is capitalism not the answer in any question?
Yeah, no, there's nothing ethical about capitalism. Nothing. There's not a single thing that's ethical about capitalism. If I've taken, like,
conversely,
well, hold on, I'm just going to explain really quickly so that you have a for instance, right? Like, if I go throughout the whole of the United States and I put laws in place, zoning laws in place, so that no fruit bearing trees grow on public lands, to make sure that people who are unhoused can't eat, that's fucking violence.
That's wrong.
But we did that in the United States. We don't plant any female trees anywhere in public for that reason specifically.
Mm-hmm. And I could absolutely agree that is wrong.
Yeah.
However, what I was going to say, that conversely, to if capitalism is bad, then does that mean communism in all its forms is absolutely good?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by in all its forms. Like, the only true form of communism would be dictator of the proletariat. So, like, the people would dictate how they live their own lives. Like, it's the only freedom. Like, I don't need to be policed. I don't need to be governed. I don't. I mean, right now we live in an age where all of us are walking around with like $1,000 supercomputers in our pocket. If I wanted a piece of legislation, passed, I don't need to send a representative that's being paid by lobbyists to DC for me. I can communicate through this. Oh, I guess he was done talking. Well, all right. Phone line's still open. I don't know how much longer. If you're enjoying the edutainment being provided today, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, you guys can't see those. Okay, well, Cash App, PayPal, and Tip Jar are all in my link tree. The Venmo is NORADS5, NORADS 5. It's what allows us to continue to do the work that we do in the community. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Early, we're going to be out building the community garden, working on phase 2. All right, hold on. We got a caller. Hello, caller. Name, age, and where are you calling from?
I'm going to keep my name anonymous. I'm 19
What can I call
and I'm
you?
from New
What
York.
Can I call you?
So this is the live stream, right?
Yeah. So what can I call you?
Call me Anon.
I'm not going to do that. I won't even
All right,
remember
all
to
right.
do that.
Call me Bob.
Okay, Bob.
Call me Bob.
Cool. All right, Bob.
So you're a communist, huh? You think communism is good?
How are you doing today?
Doing fine.
Good, good. Have you had some water?
Why are you asking this? How is that relevant?
I care about your health.
I've had water.
Good. Have you said kind things about yourself?
Can we get to the point?
That's rude.
I feel like you're dodging the question. Are you a communist?
I'm not
Do you think
dodging any
communism
question.
is good?
Sir, what does
All
it
right,
say on the
then.
background?
We're just here to have a conversation, right?
Sure. What does it say on the background?
I'm kind of off of the stream. Let me get back on.
So you join the screen I mean, you joined the stream because it said communism equals real freedom on the screen. So I think that asking me if I'm a communist is somewhat redundant. Would you agree?
I'm just trying to make sure, that we're on the same page.
Cool. Have you had oh, you said you had water. Have you said kind things about yourself?
No.
Why not? You don't like yourself? You don't
Because
think you're a good person?
I don't talk. What?
You don't think you're a good person? You like?
I think I'm a good person.
There's no like redeeming qualities or anything.
I have no idea what that has to do with the chat or the debater.
I'm just checking on your mental health. I said I care about your health. That's why I asked. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't know what
I don't know.
doing.
You sound
I'm
tense.
fine.
That's why. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to make sure that you're cool. Cause
I got stuff to do.
Oh, well then go do it, buddy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hold you up.
Well,
Have a good day.
Can we?
It's got stuff to do, guys. I didn't realize I was holding them up. I apologize. I shouldn't have called him. I should have texted him before I called. Oh, I didn't call him. Oh, shit. He called me. Oops. Whoops. We have a call on the line. Oh, hey, look. It's the guy who had a bunch of shit to do. Hey, Bob, I thought you were busy.
I got time. I mean, I got stuff later, but okay.
Oh. Okay. My
this
apologies.
is honestly ridiculous. I have no idea what you're doing. Do you just not want to debate about communism?
Oh,
Are you
no.
just afraid or something?
Okay. Well, let me be as clear as I possibly can. This is not a debate. This is a conversation.
It says debate.
That's a joke. It's meant to be a joke.
So you're not a communist?
No, I am absolutely a communist. That part's not funny.
All right. Well, finally, you answered the question.
So
you're not here to debate. You're just here to troll me or something?
I answered the question by putting it on the screen.
It's kind of vague. Or anyways, are you here to talk about communism, debate about it, or not? Or are you here to just, troll me or shut me down? Because I have a lot of things to say about communism, but it seems you don't want to hear them.
Okay, go ahead. Is this going to be another one of those things where I have to like go find something else to do? Yeah, hold on. Listen, this is what I'm going to tell you to do, right? Tell everybody what you think about communism, and I'll be right back. I'm going to go let my dog back in the house, okay? I won't do. Cool.
Why don't we just wait for you to be here to hear it?
Oh, no, I'm going to listen. I'm going to listen on my phone. Go ahead.
All right. Well, communism has never actually worked, Just look at Russia, China, Venezuela. It's never worked. Okay, every time they've tried to implement it, it's just killed millions of people. All right? And plus, when you say it's true freedom, it's not. Because it always ends up in the hands of a dictator. Capitalism, there is some freedom, more freedom than communism, because you get to choose what to do with your own money. Your money doesn't get taken away from you and redistributed to the people. That's not freedom. When everything you own is just taken away, that's not freedom at all. When you can't own property, that's not freedom. I guess I'll just wait for you to come up with a response.
I'm going to be honest with you. I shouldn't have done this. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm kind of an asshole sometimes. I lied to you. Sorry. I lied. I did go let my dog in, and then I went and used the bathroom, but I left my phone in here. Like, I set it back down, and then I went to go do the things I had to do. But I'm just gonna take some guesses here. I'm gonna take some guesses. You there, Bob? Bob left? Oh, darn.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
what?
gotcha. I'm just gonna take some guesses. And you can stop me if I'm wrong. You said
Okay.
you probably said communism has never worked.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got one right so far. You said communism probably killed millions of people.
It did. It didn't probably. It did.
You probably mentioned like Cuba, Stalin, or Russia, or the USSR.
Yeah, look at North Korea too.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. So I'm track. Okay. Cool. So I got it all right. So I'm right so far.
China too. My
China,
family was from
okay.
China.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
They had everything
cool.
taken away from them,
Cool.
and their family was arrested and jailed.
Oh, poor things. That sucks. I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah, you like communism so much, huh?
Yeah,
That sounds
absolutely.
really good, huh?
Yeah.
Jailing people for owning a business?
Who jailed them?
Huh?
Who jailed them?
The government, obviously.
Oh, so it wasn't communism.
That was communism. It was literally a communist party led by, Mao Zedong.
Oh,
who's
so they had a
literally your
government.
communist god.
So they had a government.
So you're saying that China wasn't a true communist country?
Did they have a government?
Yeah.
Oh, so
of
then
course.
they weren't communists. They just had a communist party.
The things
is what you're saying.
they had a communist ideology and whatnot. You cannot
What's a communist
have a
ideology?
communist country.
Hold on. How do you have an ideology that opposes government and have a government? Help me make sense of that.
Dude. All right. So they're literally the Communist Party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
They
the North
practice
Korea is the
communist-
Democratic People's Republic of North Korea. Is North Korea democratic at all?
No, but they're pretty communist.
But they said, but it's called the Democratic People's Republic. So according to your logic, they should be democratic. Yes or no?
All right, fair enough.
Okay,
You don't need to
the
look at names. You can look at their actions.
the Schnazis were the National Socialist Party. Were they socialist? Did the workers own the means of production or no?
They were kind of socialist.
How so?
Not entirely.
Did the
but
workers
kind
own the
of.
means of production?
I thought means of
No.
production is owned by the state. That's
No.
socialism.
No. Workers own the means of production is socialism. And communism is a stateless, meaning no government, classless, meaning no social classes, moneyless, meaning no currency. So if there's no currency, there's no social classes, society. And the things that you've named aren't any of those things. Now, let's say
those things again? Can you list those things again for communism?
Stateless, moneyless, classless society.
Okay, except for the stateless thing, that's China right there. That was China.
China has money.
They got rid of all the classes. They took away all the property.
China has money.
That's basically what you described right there.
China has money.
They took away all the money too.
No, they didn't. China's always had currency. What are you talking about?
They redistributed it. They took it away from the people and redistributed it. That's communism, where
Did they
you
have
take
money
away
or
everything
no?
and redistribute it.
No. Mm-mm. That's just a redistribution of wealth. We've done that in the United States multiple times over. Are we communists?
If you look up the definition of communism, I'm pretty sure it's got
Okay, so here.
redistribution of wealth
That's fine.
in there.
Hold on. Let's do this really quickly. I'm just going to type in stateless, moneyless, classless. I'm going to put it on the screen, okay? So that everybody can see it in real time. Cool?
Sure.
All right. Good.
It's centered around common ownership.
Oh, common ownership? You mean like dictator of the proletariat? Common ownership?
Dude, if you look it up.
Common ownership? Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, common ownership.
So stateless, Oh, I can't type today. Stateless, moneyless. The keyboard's too far away. Classless. Society. Let's see what comes up. A communist society is characterized by common ownership of the means of production with free access to the articles of consumption, and is classless, stateless, and moneyless, implying the end of the exploitation of labor. So go back again and then tell me which one of those were stateless, moneyless, and classless, and everything was owned in common. I'll wait.
Okay, I see what you're trying to argue here. You're trying to argue that none of these countries were actually communist. Is that true?
Am I trying to argue that, or does it go against what communism is?
I'll agree on that part, that they weren't true communists. But when they actually tried to become communists, which is what they were doing, they were definitely very communist leaning. That's what you get.
What is
okay,
communist
when you
leaning?
try to implement communism.
No. What you get when you try to implement communism is you get imperialist nations like the United States, like the United Kingdom, coming in and taking things away from you because they don't want their capitalism to be in jeopardy by other people getting things or having equitable distribution of resources. Because imagine if people in the United States knew that, you know, they could have housing, healthcare, education, and food and clean water without having to beat their bodies up for 67 years. And then maybe, just maybe, if you're lucky, have 5 years of retirement before you get put in the dirt or set ablaze and put in an urn. Imagine how disinterested they would be in participating in the exploitation of their labor.
You know what? Since none of these countries are communist, we can't find an example. Why don't you give
Yes,
an
we can.
example of a communist country that worked?
Yeah. So Turtle Island, this country that we live
Never
in
heard
prior
of it.
to, of course you haven't. So the United States, prior to being colonized, the people had small communal societies that operated in tandem.
How big was this place?
There was millions of indigenous people here before colonizers came.
Oh, you're talking about some Native American society?
Indigenous? What the fuck is a Native American? You can't be Native American. It wasn't America.
All right. Oh, you're getting triggered over nothing. All right, anyways.
Triggered? What the fuck are you talking about? I haven't raised my voice. I haven't
You got
cussed.
triggered because I said Native American.
I just said, what the fuck is a Native American?
You know what it is.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. You're just playing dumb.
Okay.
Anyways, back to the
Hey, Bob.
discussion.
Bob, what'd you have for breakfast this morning?
Nothing. I don't eat breakfast.
Why not? I don't give a fuck. Wah, wah. 19-year-olds shouldn't be allowed to talk on the phone. Ever. Oh, shoot. Hello, caller. Nate. Oh, shit. Oops. What's going on, caller? Name, age, and where are you calling from?
Hi, Sarah, 35, and from Vermont.
Hey, what's up, Sarah from Vermont? What's the weather like up there?
Hi. Oh, it's windy and cold, but it's finally warming up.
Couldn't be me. I don't do cold weather.
Yeah. I love it. So I'm not really calling as an opposition. I just wanted to say I really enjoy your show and that I've been learning a lot over the past couple months from watching y'all. And if I could just ask a quick question.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn about communism because I really think I'm leaning that way recently, and just from what I've been learning about it. And I'm just was curious if you had any literature to recommend besides just, the Communist Manifesto. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So hold on a second. I don't know if you follow me on Instagram or TikTok, either of those, but if you go look for me, it's just Mr. Jones X. It's the same. But if you go to my link tree, there's already a book list in there of literature that you can read that'll help you.
Amazing, so much. Okay, sorry to waste your time.
No, you didn't waste my time. I appreciate you. I like the little pauses to have good conversation in between the bad ones.
Yeah, y'all get some really nasty comments, so I'm sorry about that. But okay, thank you. I'll check that out, and I hope you have a good day.
All right, you do the same.
Bye.
Yep.
Hi.
Who was that? Oh, what's up? I was like, where the fuck did that voice come from?
Guys.
What's up?
You don't recognize my voice? Shit.
I didn't know
How's
where
your
the
day
voice
going?
was coming from.
From your nightmares.
I didn't let anybody in the box. I didn't answer another call.
No, I know.
So.
Well, that's why I'm here, because you have like 19 people in the queue on this side, my love.
Hold on one second. Oh, you got to be shitting me. Flagged for personal information. Oh, well, I mean, okay. I put the phone call thing on Do Not Disturb. I guess they can let some people up. They can let some folks up if they would like to. Go ahead. I mean, I can't manage, you know what I'm saying, like the inboxes and the phones at the same time, unfortunately.
No, I
I'm
got
not
you.
that talented.
I just got you. I was just letting you know. Hey, listen, if you're friendly, do me a favor, since I'm only here for a short period of time while I try to eat my food. You take yourself out of the requests. Right meow, right meow, right meow. And then, Nikki, I don't know, pick somebody.
I don't know why I got a violation, though. Because I asked somebody for their name?
Hello, my little friends. I miss you guys. Thank you so much for everybody who came to the battle last night. We beat the brakes off the men, and I appreciate you for that.
Yeah, I think the vast majority of people in here are friendlies. I got to update the goal really quickly. I haven't been able to do that, and I got to say thank you to some folks. Latoya, thank you so much. Jamie, thank you. The use of guided Socratic seminar is beautiful. Thank you, Jamie.
Hi, everybody. If I'm not responding to you, it's because I'm eating, but I see you, so hello.
Jesse said the way you lit up when he said that. Oh, thank you, Betty, as well. I appreciate you guys. No, Rad, somebody got really upset with me earlier. He said I was...
Why?
Said I was homophobic.
I mean, you love me, so, and I'm a little, so.
Yeah. He said I was homophobic because I think that conservative men are queer.
No, that doesn't check with any of my sources. Sorry, friend.
Yeah, so I thought that was interesting. Pseudo President Belinda, what's up? Loudon, are you there? All right. Tom, you there?
Yo, yes,
What
sir.
up,
What's
buddy?
going on, man?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Listen, wanted to have a quick capitalism question for you. I would like to purchase the Jesus was a bitch ass commie shirt.
Jesus is a bitch ass commie.
But can I take the bitch ass part out so I can like wear it around church folks without being, excommunicated and stuff?
That's not even a me question. That's a no Reds question. I don't know. I have no idea. I couldn't answer that for you.
Okay. I'm heavy on the Matthew 25:35, passage. That's one I use regularly. So
okay.
Right.
I'll see if I can't figure something out.
Okay.
Maybe we should do a line of Jesus commie shirts, because I have a bunch of Jesus commie pictures.
I would love that.
You're supposed to.
Huh? I know.
You were supposed to.
I was supposed to. So people want a censored one? People want a censored one? Okay. I'll have it by Monday. Sounds
good. We'll have what by Monday? Whoa. Have what by Monday?
I'll have a design together by Monday.
Oh, I'm like, what? What? I thought you said I would have something by Monday.
No.
I'm like, no. Oh, okay. I got confused. I'm sorry. It's loud in here and I'm eating. I apologize.
Hell no, Reds.
Is that a tuna salad sandwich? No, Raz?
No.
Crazy. Tuna salad sandwich is crazy.
You're lucky I don't have mod powers. I'd drop you just for that.
Oh.
Oof.
What's up, Jones? How you doing?
Listen, it's been a day.
Yes, it has. I've been here the whole time.
It's been a day. Some of these calls are hysterical.
They really are. I sent you a Cash App earlier. I don't know if you saw it.
I did. I said thank you.
Oh,
that was way earlier today.
I didn't
said
hear
built
it
like
a
cooked and rebagged instant potatoes. Listen, ain't no way in the world I can forget that. I was like, that's diabolical.
They really are built like instant mashed potatoes that have been cooked and rebagged.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hey, listen, there's like 888 people in here. There's 1,100 till we spin the wheel. I told you what the new goal is for. Yeah, yes, we are going to do a fundraiser live / community building live this weekend. But the more we can knock off the goal to help the young lady out, the better. The other person that we helped was on here earlier, but I think that they were at work, so I don't think they could come up. But they thank you a bunch, and they said that they would come on if I'm on in the evening or afternoon or on the weekend, so that they could thank you personally. But I'm not going to give out their information unless they want to, come up and speak for themselves. I don't like doing that.
All right, well, Mr. Jones, you can go ahead and drop me down. I'm going to go ahead and put some hot dogs in the microwave. You have a good day.
Hot dogs in the microwave is
gross.
crazy.
What is wrong with y'all?
Bro came up here and said, hey, listen, what's the whitest thing you've heard today?
Right, baby. Is the whites okay? I don't think the whites is okay.
He said, what is the whitest thing you've heard today? Because I'm going to top it right now.
Oak Tree, I'm not ignoring you. I've been responding to everything you've put in the chat, but I'm getting censored. TikTok is anti-bippity.
Oh, man.
Kiki! Hell, bippity! Hell, Kiki!
Thank you, Thomas. Hey, thank you, Thomas. Hey, hell, Kiki. When are you getting here?
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. You going to answer my question now? All right.
Are you talking to me? Were you talking to me?
Kiki.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on, what was it?
I said, are you coming here?
Yes. Next, I'll be there Tuesday night.
Okay. Cool. We gonna go out and get in trouble?
More than likely.
Yes. Oh, you owe me though. You said
for
we
what?
You said we get to wrestle.
I'm down. Let's go.
Y'all are finna wrestle?
Yeah,
What the fuck is going on?
I'm so confused.
Kiki said they were going to wrestle me. I said, all right. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I love wrestling. I won 3 state championships in wrestling. I'll wrestle a time or two.
Gotta add some jello.
What? Fuck no. Now you just made it weird.
I'm down.
I'm not.
It was already weird.
Hard pass.
It was already weird.
Hard pass. You said it was already weird?
Yeah.
When have you ever been uncomfortable in your life?
In
I'm
this
not.
moment.
I'll just make other people uncomfortable so that I'm comfortable.
Uh-oh.
Exactly.
Got it. Makes sense. All right, I'm gonna open the phone line back up, and see what's. I think I'm gonna take like one more call, and then I'm gonna go eat because I'm hungry as hell. Tap the screen, share the live, do all of the things.
ChatGPT, that is wrong. There's no way we're using Diddy oil.
Ew, no.
Diddy oil is crazy.
Sin, you thought I was weird. That's just. Ugh.
Bang the Cash App, PayPal, or tip jar, or no Rads' Venmo one time for the people.
Yeah, we're still giving away. Oh, never mind.
Go ahead. Yes, we're still giving away shenanigans or fuckery shirts. Hello, caller. Name, age, and where you calling from?
This is Corey again. I pulled over for you, so I didn't have to mess.
Hello?
Yeah, you called yesterday.
Yes.
No, he didn't.
All right.
Today. What's going on? Yeah, because we lost you earlier.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we lost the call earlier.
Okay,
but
gotcha.
where I was wanting to go is if capitalism is bad, does that instantly black and white make communism good, or is there a gray zone somewhere there?
I mean, so I feel like as long as we allow any form of capitalism to exist, it's going to entail that people are subjugated in terms of like taking hours and weeks and months and years of somebody's life in exchange for currency.
I can see that. Given that said, the difference between communism and socialism is basically who controls the means of production, correct?
Yeah, so in socialism, like employees, like say Amazon, like all of the employees of Amazon would own Amazon collectively, and there would still be currency, or any company that produces a product, you would equitably distribute either the product or the profit derived of the product. In socialism.
Correct.
In communism, everything would be communally owned. So like nobody would own anything. Like you would work at the places that you wanted to work. Like if architecture was your thing, you'd be an architect. And if, you wanted to be a surgeon, provided that you had the skill set necessary to be one, then that's what you would do and be educated as such. If you wanted to be,
Very good. And would you agree that by nature humans are selfish and basically lazy?
No.
Okay.
See,
So
some of the greatest
you don't know of anybody that, if given the opportunity, would say, I ain't working. This guy's going to give me food. This guy's going to give me shelter. That guy's going to give me education. That guy's going to give me all the medical. I don't have to do anything. So I'm just going to sit here and be.
Sure. Do you think
and not contribute?
Do you think that like society would be like we would have a good society without music?
No.
Okay. Do you think
I don't believe it's required, but it would be a benefit.
So would society be better off or worse off without music?
I would say definitely worse off.
Yeah. So then people who just want to sing are necessary part of our society then, yes?
To a degree, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Perhaps not as necessary as other providers.
Why? How do we equate that? Like, there's tons
Good
of
question.
scientific evidence that proves that, you know what I'm saying, music helps people.
Can you go 7 days without hearing a song?
Who, me?
Yes.
It would probably take a toll on my mental health. Could I do it? Absolutely.
You go 7 days without nourishment?
Yeah. Just water. I could, yeah.
Which one would take the bigger toll?
I don't know. Probably not having nourishment, but I don't really know how long each person can survive without like food. Because I mean, there's people who can survive much longer than 7 days without food, provided that they have access to like water.
Agreed. But there is certain levels of necessity for certain people.
Mm-hmm.
Some people absolutely cannot get through the day mentally without hearing a song.
Right.
Other people, there's the term hangry for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some people live to eat, other people's eat to live. So the point
Correct.
is, right, it's like for us as human beings to all be vastly different in nature, right? Like what you see as being a man may not be what I think is being a man. Like we could differ on that. The way you like to dress, the music that you listen to, the food that you eat, the kind of cars you like. I mean, I could go on and on and on. May be different for you or probably are different for you than they are for me, right? And so why is it
as
that
well as being a viable contributor to society.
Right.
You know,
So,
what you see as a viable contributor to society, others may not.
Mm-hmm.
So there's where, in my mind, in a communist society, even though it looks good on paper, it sounds freaking excellent. Well, what happens when that one person or that one group don't conform to what others feel to be a viable contributor to society?
does that mean that they should
There's
die?
going to be conflict.
Does that mean they should die?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you.
The one who's not seen as a viable contributor, or the one who doesn't see them as the viable contributor?
No, the ones
because
you see as
there's
not
going to
being
be two
viable.
sides to that coin.
No, the ones you see as not viable, should they die?
Me personally, I don't believe they should be. I don't think they should die.
You don't think they should die?
No.
Right. So do you
And
think
I'm sure that person doesn't think that they should die either.
Do you think that people
But does that mean that somebody else would think that they should?
Do you think that people only exist to labor?
No, I don't. I think labor is a natural part of each of us, and
Is
each
it?
of us has their own form of labor.
Is it?
Absolutely.
Because
if I drop you on an island and said, okay, you're going to be living here until I say you're done. Okay, right now for the first maybe week, you'd be like, oh man, this is freaking beautiful out here on the island.
Oh
I
no,
have all my worries.
I'd be fine.
everything.
I'd be 100% okay.
You'd be
The
fine.
whole time. Yeah,
After 3 months,
I'd be fine.
would anything have changed in your state of, okay, maybe you say, okay, I really need to do something with my life. I need to go fishing, or I need to build a hut, or I need to do this.
I would do those things in the first
Or
few
you're
days.
just going to sit there in the sand.
I would do those
so
things
you're going to
in the
labor.
first few days. Huh? No, so I'm going to do them now.
You
So I
will
don't,
labor.
I'm going to do them now so I don't have to do them later. So
But
that I
you
can
will labor.
Yeah, but that's for my own.
And you will continue.
That's for my own personal
You will
benefit.
continue to go fishing, foraging,
Sure,
what have
for my
you,
own
right?
personal benefit.
Right. For
Right.
your own personal benefit.
Correct.
Because
the only person I have to take care of in this situation, the only person I'm required to take care of in this situation is myself.
Very good. What happens in a situation where you are unable or don't know how to take care of yourself? You catch malaria. I don't know. Now you're going to need the assistance of another person.
Yep.
What is the value of that assistance?
the same value that I would serve them if they needed something. And it doesn't even necessarily have to come from
Okay,
me.
so
It
now
can
you
come
have
from,
to go
sir,
fishing
why
for
do you keep
yourself and
asking me
them.
questions and then just rambling on? Like you've been talking almost the entire time that we've been having this conversation. You've essentially been having this conversation by yourself. So are you trying to rationalize it in your own mind? Yeah, but you never allow me to say anything.
I don't see that.
Clearly. Like I can literally rewind it back in real time so that you can hear it.
I agree that I can be combative, but I do want to hear your point. I also want to make my point.
But that's going to require you not talking every time I talk. How can you hear me if you're speaking at the same time as me? How is that even possible? Anywho, in societies, right? And we can look this from a sociological, anthropological, archaeological, lens. What we see is that there's groups of people, right, that came from specific geographical locations that were abundant in resources. The continent of Africa was abundant in resources, water, vegetation, animals, both on land and sea. And then we see North and South America abundant in resources, land, water, vegetation, animals on land and sea. We see that those communities both had the same mindsets, that nobody owned the land or the vegetation or the animals or the sea. And you shouldn't take from any of these things more than you needed to survive. Right? Then there's another demographic of people that came from a different geographical location that was not abundant in resources, vegetation, animals that could easily be hunted, waters that could be easily fished, heat sources, shelter. And that group of individuals would harm even their own children for access to resources. That demographic also circumnavigated the globe, stealing land and resources from indigenous populations. Because via epigenetics, their modus operandi was to accumulate as much land and resources as possible, because where they came from didn't have them.
Right.
So when you say things like human beings are naturally selfish, they're not. There's sociological triggers, right? There's geographical triggers. There's actual science to this, behind this, that says why we see society this way now. But the problem is, right, especially, in America, when we talk about antiquity, when we talk about ancient cultures, it's never about any indigenous or aboriginal cultures. It's always about Rome and England and all of these, societies of white people, predominantly white people. And that's what we see as antiquity. Even though those cultures are some of the youngest cultures and youngest societies on the planet. Homo sapiens sapiens have been around for 285,000 years. This idea, of money for goods and exchange and things of that nature has been around for like 6,000 years. So we have 279,000 other years to look to.
Right. There's always been, for thousands of years, at least as you're saying, there's been someone who was, or should I say, no group that has been 100% self-sufficient. There's always been some kind of trade, because you've got something I want, maybe you've got something I want.
Yeah.
So I'm going to capitalize on what you have, you're going to capitalize on what I have, but the idea is to do it fairly.
Mm-hmm.
So that everybody gets what they want.
Right.
But at the same time, now you take into account like someone like myself. I'm a truck driver. I've been driving truck for 10 years. I take stuff that people want from the people who have what those other people want.
Mm-hmm.
That's my job. That's my labor. Where is the benefit in that if it's just trading good for?
If it's just what?
I don't get, if it's just trading a good for a good,
mm-hmm.
I don't get any cut of those goods.
So
where's my aspect?
Why wouldn't you?
So
hold on.
Hold on.
If there's no if there's no apples where I live, and I want apples, but there's oranges where I live, then the benefit is I take the oranges to the people who have apples, and I bring back the apples. That's the benefit.
Or do I do that?
That's the benefit. Maybe this time I bring you the apples, or I bring you the oranges, and you give me the apples, and next time you bring me the apples, and I give you the oranges.
Okay, I see where you're coming from, the aspect of you're trading for this person and that person, but I'm in the middle. I'm taking those apples from Washington to go see you in Florida for oranges.
Yes, you don't have to be in the middle. If driving is not what you're interested in, if driving is not what you're interested in, if you don't enjoy trekking across the United States in a truck, then don't. Find something that you do enjoy and do that.
I get that, but I enjoy what I do.
Okay,
but I can't take all that time working for somebody else without benefiting from me, because I don't have time when I'm driving to build my hut, go fishing,
you don't have to
provide
build
for my family.
You don't have to build a hut.
Oh,
sir, we live in a post-need society because we live in a post-need society. Like, there's more houses.
Because I am getting a cut somewhere.
No, well, yeah, your house, you would be given a house. We have tons of houses. We have more houses than people. We have enough houses for every person in the United States to have multiple homes. 3-4 homes.
But in order for somebody to give me a house, they would have to labor to build it.
The houses are built right now. The houses are built right now. So we wouldn't have to build more houses until there's more people that need housing. And that's not the case right now. We build houses when there's not a need for new builds, constantly, all over the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Our population has fluctuated an infinitesimal amount over the last 2 decades, but we keep building new homes. Whilst we let entire cities across the nation, I can take you to towns in Georgia where not a single person lives. Not one person lives in the whole town.
Mm-hmm.
Just ghosts.
Those towns are all across the U.S.
Why?
Decay.
Capitalism. It was no longer profitable. It was no longer profitable.
I don't live in a house from 1800s.
What does that mean? There's people that do. There's people that live in houses that are built in the 1800s, and those houses are in pristine condition.
Some, yes.
Yeah. Like, if a house is well maintained, or if the foundation is good, or what have you, it's livable.
And those that are not get replaced by new houses, correct?
Sure. And there's plenty of people that like building houses. I love building.
That doesn't mean you should be forced or
nobody's
or
forcing me.
coerced
I would do
or
the thing that I'm not
asked
coerced.
to do it.
If I know that all I have to do is go help build this house, and 20 other people who like building houses are also going to build this house, and then once we're done building that house for the next week or so, I might not have to build a house, and I can just go spend time with my family or travel or explore this fucking, huge planet that we live on. Sure, I'm gonna build a house. I'm gonna go build that house with fucking bells on. When I know that my health care is covered and my kids have access to education and that there's food in my refrigerator and that there's clean water and clean air, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm gonna go build that house. I'll run to build the house.
Like
if I
said,
know
would
that
be right
for the
there
next
beside you.
couple of weeks, I don't have to worry about shit because we just finished building this house and now I can go hang out with my family. I can actually enjoy being alive. Like, we're an animal. I don't know if you know that or not, but we are in fact animals. Like, we're part of the animal kingdom. We're a primate. We're part of the great apes, right? Like, fucking.
Well, we're not vegetable or mineral, so yes.
Yeah, we're part of the great apes. Yeah. So, like, they don't labor every day. Like, we feel like we're the most intellectual beings on the planet, and we're not even intellectual enough to figure out that labor is not our only calling.
I can agree with that.
Like,
always
in
something
indigenous
else
cultures,
somebody has to do.
all across the globe, like, the average work week was like 18 hours tops. But that's because multiple people were working collectively on the same thing. So if you went hunting, you didn't go hunting by yourself. You went up with a hunting party. And then you guys would all hunt on, say Saturday, hunting party goes out. Do all the hunting. They don't hunt the rest of the week. You think they're forcing them to do other shit all week? Like,
Farming?
Huh?
Farming?
No. The farmer people did farming.
So that's just it. If you're only providing for yourself,
but you're not,
then you have to do the hunting and the farming and.
But you're not. In this
the
scenario,
building.
nobody's only providing for themselves. You're
So
doing it for the community.
How in one day can you hunt for enough to provide the community?
That's why you go out with a hunting party. All
Must
the
be
people that
culling whole
enjoy
herds.
hunting go out and hunt. You don't need to hunt. They don't need to go out and hunt every day unless they just didn't catch anything the day before. But if you went out and, got enough to feed the community for that week, that's it. You're done. You don't have to go out the next day and try to get more because you already have some. You wait until the next week when, when you don't have supplies anymore and go get more supplies. You don't hoard them. And that also allows, the population of the things that you're hunting and fishing and so on and so forth to procreate and reproduce. Instead of taking until there is no more. Like, these concepts aren't hard. They're not far-fetched. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is basic humanity. We've overcomplicated all of it for the sake of people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos being able to play with toy rockets and, fucking billionaires making fucking submarines to drop themselves in the ocean. People shooting themselves into the stratosphere. People putting gold toilets in their houses. Like, What the fuck is going on? Like, we go out there and beat our bodies up till we're 67 years old. The vast majority of American citizens have never even been outside of the country. Some of them not even outside of their goddamn state. And then at 67 years old, they retire just to live social security check to social security check, and they can't afford their medication, and they die in their fucking house alone, and nobody remembers their name.
It's sad.
That's capitalism.
Yeah. And as long as we continue to let it happen, generation after generation, when will it stop?
When we get rid of capitalism.
That's why I'm up here every day.
Sorry, chime in. What was that?
He said that's why he's up here every day. And I said that's why we need to get rid of capitalism, because otherwise it will continue. And Jones, and I think the disconnect really is people can't wrap their mind around that our existence should be more than just labor. We should actually be living instead of working to survive. And that's the disconnect.
I'm down with that.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me that, you know, hey, bro, all you got to do is come do this thing with 40, 50 other people who also enjoy doing this thing for a few days, you know, out of the week, or maybe even a few days out of the month. Because, like, again, people are collectively working towards the same ends. And, you know, you'll have housing, your children will have education, you'll have food to eat, you'll have water, clean water and clean air. Sign me up.
Way better mental health too.
Right.
The mental health aspects, the morale of the people as a whole, there would be a complete 180. It would be completely different because once again, people are actually able to live instead of busting their ass to merely survive.
Right.
How do we combat those the millionaires that you were just talking about? Everybody can at least concede that it's likely that they cheated the system somehow. Of
course they did.
They went around somewhere, and how do we stop those who would just wish to take advantage?
Stop giving them your money.
Stop giving them your money. Stop giving them your time. It's like, stop giving them your labor. Stop giving them your money.
I agree.
It's super simple.
One way to do it.
Like, yo, listen. I'm not giving you my money anymore. I'm not coming to work for you anymore. Like, I'm not participating anymore. Listen, it would take no more than 30 days if a third of the country said, you know what, fuck this, I'm done with this. It wouldn't even take that many, honestly. Like 10-15% of the country said, you know what, I'm not participating in any of this shit anymore. They would answer demand. They would start answering demands immediately.
Hell, even if 2% did it for 10 to 15 days, the results would be astronomical. Support your small businesses and get out of the Amazon mindset, because when you're supporting small businesses, you have to understand that you're not going to get your merchandise you're not going to get same day shipping, right? It's going to take time, but the quality is going to be better, and you're not engaging in supporting billionaires who don't give a fuck about you.
Or their employees that made them
Or their employees.
Like, who do you think works harder? Who do you think works harder? The people in the Amazon warehouse or Jeff Bezos?
And they get treated like shit too.
The people, obviously. But if every single person on the face of the earth stopped buying from Amazon from right now to the rest of the time, how bad would that really hurt Bezos? Because he's already got his
It wouldn't hurt him now, but it would stop other people, you know what I'm saying, from trying to do that. But it would kind of hurt Bezos because like most of his money is like in the valuation of the company, like the stocks and so on and so forth. So yeah, it would hurt him pretty significantly. He would just, I mean, he'd still be rich. He'd still have a lot of money. But it wouldn't be the continued exploitation, and it would stop other companies from rising up in the same manner. Like if we actually enforced our antitrust laws, Bezos and Amazon wouldn't even exist.
Yeah.
Nikki Mouse brought up a good point. Target lost billions within 2 weeks
For getting rid
of
their
them
DEI
for getting rid of their DEI, which in turn boosted Costco's profits, which Costco actually gives a fuck about their employees. Their employees have ownership in the company. They're paid well. Their benefits are good, and they didn't roll back any of their DEI policies. In fact, they refused to kiss the ring and told DJT to go fuck himself.
And a collective movement away from
Go ahead.
A collective movement away from working for employers that are horrible, like Jeff Bezos. So if the employees left, as well as boycotting the store, they're going to have to make changes.
That leads me into this perfectly. We make that change be all companies must be publicly traded companies. But at the same time, the other side of that coin is like, okay, how do you have a company and it's your company?
I don't think anybody should have
and not
a company.
the public's.
I don't think anybody should have a company. I don't think that any company should exist where the employees don't have an equitable stake. And what I mean by that is, like, if it's your idea and then you invested some capital into it, you should obviously get your investment back, right? Obviously get your investment back, and whatever percentage moving forward of the nest egg capital that you put in the first place, you should get that percentage moving forward.
That's a great point. That's to me. I'm in. Let's go. Where do
every other employee has an equitable stake.
Sounds good.
Because think about how much more appreciative and how much less turnover you would have if your employees actually had skin in the game. Because if you're an employee and you say, well, hey, if the company makes more money, I make more money. If the company is doing better, I'm doing better. And then there's collective bargaining agreements. Hey, this is our insurance plan. Everybody agrees to it. This is this is the time that we have off. These are the work shifts. This is how many hours you have to work each week. This is what you get for, your participation. All of these things would run so much smoother, so much more efficient.
I can see that.
But instead they throw a pizza party, which is a slap in the fucking face.
Hey, you want a pizza?
Yes.
Like, even if you, let's say you
I got chicken and pineapple.
Right, like, let's say quarterly review of a company, or even a yearly, profits were 400 million. Each employee has ownership of, say, 1%. That would be about a $2,500 bonus for employees instead of a fucking pizza party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they have the money to do it.
Yeah, there's no reason in the world that every single Amazon employee, every single Walmart employee could not have full benefits, and get paid $25 to $30 an hour, and Walmart would still be wildly profitable. They don't have to raise their prices. Like, most of these companies didn't have to raise their prices during COVID. They knew that they could. All of these corporations made record profits.
And we took
Criminals
part in
are
it.
not always just in the hood. Some of them wear suits.
Most of them do.
Most of them don't. I don't think that people, the vast majority of people in low income neighborhoods, I don't consider them criminals. If you're stealing food or money to feed yourself and your family, I don't find fault in that.
Nope.
This is
Me either.
an environment.
If you're doing it,
but if you're just
if you're doing it to get that
taking
Gucci,
things, huh?
if you're doing it to get that Gucci, we got a problem.
What's Gucci? Oh, like the clothing brand?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know anybody that's doing that. Maybe if
Well,
maybe
I
they're
mean,
doing it to sell
you're
it.
going out stealing everything to pawn it or whatever, and get the gold chain and get the Gucci and get that car you always wanted. Yeah, I don't have
Wait,
any
so
any
poor
time or
people
patience
can't
with
have
that.
nice things?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you're out there stealing for it,
Yeah, I
if
don't
you're
think,
taking advantage
I
of
would
another
argue
person,
that the vast
king.
majority of people are not doing that though.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying it.
Yeah,
That person.
because if we're really talking about like stealing to get the bag, you know what I'm saying, the gold chain, the Gucci, and so on and so forth, then we can just look no further than Donald Trump. Donald Trump
Right.
started a fake ass cancer charity.
That's one thing.
Yeah, and then went and put gold toilets in his house, had a fucking painting commissioned of himself, but never gave any of that money to cancer research. He just put that shit in his pocket.
Right. And that's what I was saying. Not all criminals, not all the guys, people that are out there for that Gucci and the gold chains, not all of them.
The vast majority
are,
of them are in suits. The
well,
vast majority of the people
they are
stealing
in
money.
The
are
vast
in
majority of
suits.
the criminals stealing for Gucci and all the getting their bag are CEOs because they're stealing from their employees in order to enrich themselves.
Right.
You can even look at our current stock market right now, right? We see that when Trump talks about implementing tariffs, right, the stock market crashes, which means then you can buy cheap. Then you take the tariffs off, the stock market goes back up, then you can sell for a higher cost. It's literally being done right now in front of our faces. And the American people are suffering because of it.
That's where the criminals in suits come in.
Exactly. Most criminals are the ones that wear suits.
And this is where
criminally
Canada's
minded
actually
people
doing
all
it right.
around.
They're taking the products off the shelves. They're
Exactly.
like, we're not going to play your back and forth tariff game.
Right.
Figure your shit out, or we're not gonna stock your shit.
Because
Pocono,
the only
absolutely
people that
free
suffer,
Luigi.
you know, in this quote unquote trade war are the consumers and the
Yep.
working class people who work for these companies, because it's going to lead to layoffs. It's going to lead to people not being able to afford, you know, goods and services that they are either accustomed to and or need, right? And it's going to create desperation from the poor and middle class. And I think that overall is the intent. But guess who won't lose any money? Guess who won't make sure that they get paid still, and their bonuses and their, you know, and have all of the perks of their, not lose any of the perks of their job.
And even if
To
they do
me,
lose
that-
money, they'll be fine.
Yeah, to me, that aspect of criminals throughout every class of society is the major hang up on the communism in the grand scheme.
If I'm not,
if it's done in a small scheme.
No, it's not. So if I have my housing, healthcare, education, food, water, and all of those things taken care of, like my material needs, right? Why would I? What would I need to take from anybody else? Like why would I need to? So here's the thing: the vast majority of crimes. Hold on.
Is there somebody else that would?
Yeah, let me finish.
People
the
in
vast
general wouldn't
majority
have
of
to.
crimes in the United States are, we can draw a direct line from poverty to crime, a direct line, like A to B. poverty to crime, right? And so if these people are no longer living in poverty because their material conditions or material needs are met, their material conditions have improved, what would necessitate going to, commit crime? Because people didn't start selling drugs because they thought they were going to get a nice car. That's just something that ended up happening. They were doing it so they could put food on the table. But then we got to ask ourselves, how did they get there?
Line from the poverty to the criminal in the suit. The main part is trying to figure out how do we stop the criminal aspect on all levels, whether it's the poverty level
Address
or
poverty.
the suit level.
You address poverty to stop crime. Because again, the vast majority of crime can be directly correlated to poverty.
Can I take it a step further, Jones? Is that okay?
Sorry, real
Can I
quick,
take it a
when
step further really quick?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you were breaking up. Both of y'all were talking at the same time, so I didn't hear anybody.
I was asking if I could take it a step further really quick.
Oh, go ahead.
When you look at the direct line of poverty equating to committing quote unquote illegal acts as a mean to survive, and then you look at the over policing that occurs and people being jailed for these petty crimes, you're in turn wasting taxpayers' dollars as well. It's a money pit.
Going back to the policing of it or the addressing of the criminality, how do you address the criminality when the king is the biggest criminal?
Right. But here's the thing though, like like I said, I excuse crimes of necessity.
Same.
But I don't
I commit crimes of necessity.
Well, I don't know if I'd say that on the panel. Why are you always trying to get me banana?
Listen, if anyone's gonna get banana, it's me.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just being honest.
Yeah, but some things you just can't say. That braid in the mouth filter doesn't exist.
It doesn't.
So what I'm trying to say is like, people who commit crimes of opportunity are the issue, not people committing crimes of necessity. And if you remove the necessity to commit crimes, then you've addressed crime. You've addressed criminality.
Right. And I do agree with a far lesser penalty for crimes of necessity. However, I can also concede that there's an opposite side of that there's not only a criminal, but there's another party involved who was the victim. So how does the victim get their justification without?
Depends on who it is. But if it's a homeowner and a house was broken into, they have homeowners insurance. If it's a business, they have business insurance. Like if you break into my house, well, I mean, good luck getting into the neighborhood. But if you break into my house, whatever it is that you want at my house, you don't even got to break in. You could have just knocked on the door. I just gave it to you. Here you go.
Would it be sufficient for what you would be willing to give?
What?
I mean, if somebody wants to come in and put you out,
What do you mean put me
are
out?
you okay with that? Okay, you were a part of that hunting party.
You mean they're gonna
But
come
you're
pay the
talking
mortgage?
about
You mean they're
crimes
gonna
of
come pay
necessity,
the?
though.
You mean they're gonna come pay the mortgage?
Where are they taking me
No,
out
no,
to?
I'm
We own a
saying-
cheesecake factory?
You went out in that hunting party and you got your community's hunt for the week, and somebody else came in and raided your entire hunt. Are you done for the week, or do you got to go hunting again? What happened? What about? Where's my compensation for this person that took all of my community's hunt?
Yeah, they must have needed it
They're
more
just
than.
gonna rob from me.
They must have needed it more than I did. But those types of things. Those types
it's
of
one
things.
of those.
Didn't,
Hey,
yeah,
instead of
those
robbing
things,
from me,
types
why
of
don't you
things
come
didn't
join
happen
the
often.
hunt?
Pre-colonization, those things didn't happen really.
Yeah. All right, sir. I have to get off of here. Work's got to be done. I appreciate the conversation, though.
mine, not yours. What do you mean I keep fantasizing about a world with bad people in it? What?
What are you talking about?
Somebody in the comments, and I don't know if it's part of another comment, I'm not seeing it, but it says, Bippity Boppity Hell Satan, you keep fantasizing about a world with bad people in it. Baby, I don't need to fantasize about a world with bad people in it. I live in a world with bad people in it. Oh, sorry, not you, phone guest. Okay. I was like, damn, how am I catching strays? What you eating, Mr. Jones? Ah. Jones, there's 4 in the queue. Nikki Mouse wants to know if, let him up? Okay. Go ahead, Nikki Mouse. Terry Cafardo, do you know that you're up here, beloved? Miss Terry? Terry!
What's going on?
Well, that was uneventful. That was everyone, Nikki? Tennis Love, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm going to take over Jones's spot here for a minute. Have you had some water and said something kind about yourself today?
Have I what?
Have you drank water and said something kind about yourself today?
I definitely drank water. I don't think I said anything kind. Yeah. So is this a I don't know if I've been on this live before. Have I?
I don't recognize your name, and I'm here pretty much every day, so.
Oh, okay. How are you guys doing? Is this I voted for Kamala.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a civil rights attorney in New York.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So what brings you up?
I am I go on the lives a lot. I'm looking for people to express to me why they would choose a king in a situation where why would they choose a dictator, and why would they choose a completely inept dictator who wants to sell out to the Russians, and that kind of thing.
Because they voted on hate. They voted for a king who thinks and speaks exactly the way that they have been thinking and speaking for years, except they were in the closet doing it, and now they don't have to hide anymore. They traded in their hoods for red caps.
Do you think, yeah, do you think that any of them are, do you think that any of them will change their minds when they start seeing our country literally go down the tubes?
Some of them already have.
Only when it affects them.
Right. Once it affects them and their bottom line, then they'll realize.
I mean, do they have to see martial law and, a police state? I mean, do you think
Some
that,
of them probably.
Some
I
of
mean,
them will actually celebrate it, though.
Exactly. That's why I said some of them,
you think
because
they
some
would?
people are still worshiping him.
Some just want to see other people oppressed. So
Mhm.
as long as they feel like they have proximity to not being oppressed, yeah, they're okay with others.
Yeah, as long as they're not as oppressed as another group of people.
I mean, I don't know exactly the truth or whether this is the truth or not, but somebody was saying on a live yesterday that if you're not in the top 1%, you're going to feel it. Yeah, I mean, if you don't make, somebody said north of 700K a year, you're going to start.
Bare bones minimum of 350,000, but yeah, 350,000 or higher. Anything even remotely lower than that, or even half of that, you're going to feel it.
And particularly the red states. So it's interesting how, Trump backpedaled on his tariffs yesterday, right?
But that's by design. That's absolutely by design, because we know, especially with the Smoot-Hawley Act, which caused the Great Depression, but current times, we know that when he institutes these tariffs, the stock market goes down, which then in turn, you're able to buy stock for a very low price, and then you take those tariffs off, the stock market goes back up, and then you're able to sell those stocks for a higher price than what you bought them for. It's manipulation.
It's all it is a money transfer.
I don't think that, his supporters are like dialed into that. Do you?
No, they're stupid. They're the Borg, but not smart.
No, because they look at, the stock market went down a day or two, but he saved it.
Right.
And that's why they look at him as their savior, is because he keeps creating the problems and solving his own problems.
Yeah, like look at the TikTok ban. Oh, TikTok national security. And then, oh, Trump saved TikTok. That's not what happened. Trump is the one that put TikTok in jeopardy in the first place.
But it's just interesting that, when you look at the world and you look at the current state of affairs and all these hair on fire situations going on, whether it's tariffs, whether it's, selling out to the Russians, taking us out of the Five Eyes intelligence network, they somehow, he's creating these hair on fire moments, but then he has to backpedal in order to save, for example, the auto industry.
Thank you for the gifts.
So, I mean, pretty soon, I'm just talking about farmers in like Nebraska, or, like some of these people who they have nothing and they're going to be hurting pretty soon.
They already are, because with getting rid of the federal funding that they've gotten rid of, that included a lot of the farming contracts, right? And so because the funding has been frozen, a lot of these farmers are fucked, which we saw that happen the first time around. We lost a ton of
Contracts
small
and
farms.
The legacy farmers.
The legacy farmers, that's the word I was looking for, but I couldn't think of it. We lost tons of legacy farmers, and even the quote unquote bailout that was done for farmers wasn't enough.
Right.
Exactly, Tia. We are the MAGA. Resistance is futile.
And that person should come. Why do you want a king? You know, like what's in it for you? I want to hear from some of these people.
Here's the thing, though, like calling him a king in any sense of the word. Thank you for the gifts, Tia. Calling him a king in any sense of the word, even if we're being facetious, it lifts him to a state of like royalty, and he's not royalty. He's a fucking jester. He's a clown.
He's a clown, but if you want to use, I said dictator too. Why do they
Right.
want a dictator, and what's in it for them? I would
Somebody
love
that condones their hate for marginalized communities. That's all they need.
while they starve.
Mm-hmm. Because at least they're not queer and starving. At least they're not black and starving. At least they're not undocumented and starving. They're still
not part of
have.
the country club. They're not part of the.
It doesn't matter. They're still less oppressed than other people. So in their minds, as long as they have someone to be better than, they're good while they starve.
I'd love them to say that.
Some of them have.
Well, I don't hear them put it that way. They say, "Oh no, everything's going to be okay. It was so bad under Biden, so he's going to fix the economy and blah blah blah."
I mean, yeah, elusive. That's another thing. They want to own the libs. Okay.
That's definitely. They hate us.
I mean, I'm not a liberal, but I'm a communist.
Same.
I am. I'm a liberal. I believe my whole thing is equality and civil rights, and share the wealth.
Well,
Can't have that in a capitalistic society.
As a civil rights lawyer, you're going to be pretty busy the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm almost retired, but I literally was going to, not pay the dues to, because you have to pay dues I'm a part of the New York State Bar, and every 2 years you have to take CLE courses and pay $300, blah, blah, blah. And after he won the election, I decided not to do that. I decided to stay in because I might have to, I definitely have to, I'll have to give my time. That's okay.
You know something to mention?
Hi, Jay Bunky.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm good. Well, I'm not really. I'm lying. I'm 76 and terrified, but that's neither here nor there.
That's fair.
I didn't call for that. I called to make the point that, the problem with the Trumpers is they keep moving the goalposts, and it's really hard to get an honest answer because it was, well, he's going to fix the economy. Well, he's only been in 60 days. Well, he's going to fix it. Now Trump is actually admitting, it might get a little tough for a while. And they're saying,
okay with that.
Yeah, it's like, okay, could you define a while and could you define tough? And who exactly is it going to get tough for? I mean, he throws these things out, and like even now with Social Security, I mean, it's such a bunch of garbage. I mean, I get $72 a day on Social Security. Elon Musk gets $8 million a day, and they're going to take my money?
Yep.
That's what has to get out. This is what people have to get out to the average person, and it's not getting out by the media. Nobody's putting it in black and white. Start saying to people, they're going to take your $72 so they can give Elon Musk $8 million.
They don't believe that who's actually going to mess with Social Security, though.
But he's already, but you know what they did? This is the thing, another thing. This whole thing with the Republicans are out there saying that Medicaid, the word is not in the budget. It is absolutely not in the budget. And they're honest, it's not. because it's under energy and commerce. That's where the budget for Medicaid is. And they have to cut 880 billion, which they're not going to be able to do without cutting Medicaid.
Yeah,
But
that's
they're
the exact
telling,
budget for Medicaid, if I remember correctly.
pardon?
That's the exact budget for Medicaid, if I remember correctly.
Right, but what they're doing is even when they're being interviewed by news people, and I don't have an in to get to news people to say, wait a minute, when they say to you, do a control F, Medicaid is not in the budget cuts. How about saying, do a controlled energy commerce? Because that's where the funding for Medicaid comes, and that is in the budget.
Right.
And it's like they're pulling the wool over everybody's eyes, and I don't see any mass media, I don't see anybody coming out and actually explaining that to people. Because, you know, I mean, there's some town halls where people are starting to get a little concerned.
Media is being heavily censored right now. There
Oh,
are actually
I know it.
protests going all around the globe, and it's really not being shown on the media, because if you show that, right, which is why Trump likes to censor the media, if you show that, then that's going to cause even more people to uprise. And their biggest fear is that we're going to Bugs Life this shit because there's more of us than there is of them.
Exactly. And the other thing is, where do you find, I mean, even just to get out where the protests are, like I know there's a VA protest on the 14th, and I'm going to Lansing for that because I live in Michigan. I mean, but just getting it out, and I see all these groups, and it's like, on the other side, we're so subdivided. You've got Move On, you've got Represent Us, you've got Indivisible, you know what I mean? It's
Right.
like, we're just a bunch of isolated groups all spitting in the wind instead of communicating and coordinating and having it all meshed together. I just, because everybody keeps asking me for money, which I don't have, obviously. But I mean, and now everything's a subscribe. You got to pay to subscribe, which I can't afford to support 20 people. Do you know what I mean? It just seems so disjointed, and it's so frustrating.
No, I know what you mean. I'm a disabled veteran on a fixed income. Like, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to support all these, streamers, because I love the content. I love what they're saying. I believe what they're saying, but I can't afford to support all these all of them. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Here's
And then,
the thing,
but
though.
then they're on different things. They're on TikTok, and then they're on Substack, and then they're on YouTube, and they're all separate subscriptions.
But you don't have to pay to listen most of the time. It's just like,
I know, but I'd
for-
like to support them, is what I'm saying.
Right.
But it's just hard because you can't support everybody. And like I said, I think that this is the frustration I feel, and I don't know. I'm hoping a lot more people are feeling it, and I guess I need to feel like somebody out there is going to spearhead something soon.
There are non-monetary ways to support, though. You can actually share the creators that you enjoy listening to and support. You can share that with your friends. You can share it with other people so that their name gets out there a little bit further.
You can share their videos, you can repost their videos. Even tapping the screen while they're live is a huge way of supporting them.
Oh, I do. I give like 300 likes at a time. I just
Right.
keep
And I do
tapping.
understand what you're saying, and I do understand your frustration. Like, I do. When you have creators like Mr. Jones, right, that is out here doing the work, having the conversations, and also finding ways to build community, it's and you want to be able to support them monetarily,
Right.
but you don't have the ability to do it. So then in turn, you feel like you're not as useful as somebody who is able to monetarily support. I understand what you're saying.
And the other thing is just getting out Amazon. There's a boycott of Amazon from today till the 14th.
Yep.
And it's like, we've got to get that out there. This is the kind of thing that has impact. I refuse to use Amazon now. I was a lawyer. I mean, it's convenient, but I'm not doing it, period.
Right.
But I'm just saying, not just for the boycott from then on, but I'm just saying, it's like getting it out. How do you get it out to people? Because like you say, the mass media is not going to get that out.
I mean, but that's where social media comes in handy, right? And I mean, you said you're in your 70s, right? You,
Yes.
as someone in your 70s, somehow has gotten the word, right, that there's a boycott going on. And in turn, you're able to spread it, right? So while mainstream media may not be reporting on things, you do have many forms of social media that are getting the word out.
Yeah. Well, like that's what I've been posting it and I've been, reposting it. And I've told all the people in my chain of friends that I keep, I'm like the political voice of the family. I'm the one that keeps tabs of everything and
Right.
posts it and reposts it and sends it. So, like I said, but anyway, I just wanted to say these are some of my concerns. And I know there are obviously concerns you have. And I guess it's just the frustration and feeling like there is a community. I feel like a community with the people I listen to and I stream with.
Right. And that's the biggest thing is having community, leaning on community, and brainstorming ideas and solutions of how we're going to get past the next, potentially 4 years.
Yeah. Well, hopefully there is a midterm and hopefully there can be some switching of power to give Congress some, but the problem is Congress isn't even using the power it has.
Right, exactly.
So, okay, well, listen, thanks for having me up.
Hey, no problem. Thank you for coming, Jay Monkey. What's up, Jones? You're back.
I'm on the phone.
Oh, okay. I was like, damn, he actually trusted me and Kiki to head up the panel?
That's dangerous.
Right. I think we did pretty good, though.
Yeah, we did really good
Fine.
so far.
So do you guys get many T supporters?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty.
Who's this guy below?
What's up, DJ Tony?
Oh, hey, I think I accidentally got in the live. I'm just listening. I'm not opposition. I'm a friendly.
Okay. Did you have anything that you wanted to add to the conversation?
It's just frustrating listening to, these MAGA conservatives that are destroying our country on a daily basis and just being obtuse about it and protecting a rapist. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, they said yes, please to a rapist, yes, please to a felon, yes, please to an insurrectionist. I mean,
And then
it's
called him daddy.
yeah.
Please, daddy, can
Yeah,
I have some more?
it's just super strange. And I mean, it was to be expected living in a racist country and a misogynistic country that these people would have done. They did what they did. I was hopeful, but I wasn't, I'm not shocked, to say the least, that we would have had, Kamala in place to stop this bullshit that's happening. But here we are.
Yeah, nobody's coming to save us, beloved.
No. So we got to save ourselves, right?
Just
Exactly.
ourselves and building community.
Exactly. We can save each
Yeah.
other, help each other. Maybe not save. Save is probably not the best choice of words, but at the very least, we can commune with each other and help each other.
Absolutely. That's why I appreciate Jones's platform and all the stuff that he does. I support, I subscribe. I support all of that. So I'm gonna drop down. I was just listening. I didn't mean to come up, but I appreciate you guys bringing me up and letting me say my piece.
Okay, no problem. Thanks for coming up.
No problem.
Yeah, right now it's just damage control at the local level. Like, however you can minimize the impacts to yourself and those that you have surrounding you.
Right. And I mean, you can engage in, a little bit of communism too. If you have something that somebody needs and they have something that you need, barter with each other. Help each other out. Like if Kiki has seeds that I need to grow something and I have the flour that she needs to bake bread, okay, trade.
That part.
J Fire, what's up? Welcome to the panel.
That was an accident.
I figured as much.
So do you guys just, you have you guys as mods and then you're waiting for Trump supporters to come up? Because I can drop down too.
You're good for now until Jones says otherwise. Jones looks like he's getting ready to come back on, so that'll be up to him.
What's that? What happened?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, she was asking if we were just basically if we were waiting for ops and if she needed to drop down,
Oh, no.
and if we were just up here modding. I know that you tried to mod me, but it didn't stick. By the way,
It didn't. I probably have to
here,
go
let me
in
put
from-
I'll put a comment and make it easier. Because I can't do shit.
block account.
The audacity to be anti-BIP. I'm telling no rads.
It won't. Hold on a second. Yeah, it won't let me do it from here. I thought I
Okay.
did it last time. Oh no, I can do it from your profile over here. Didn't I do that? No.
You tried, it didn't, but it didn't take.
All right, I'll ask no rads to go into the actual account and do it
Okay.
because I don't know
Thank
how
you
to
for the
do that,
gifts.
but they do. Anywho, but nah, I'm probably gonna go. I've been on here since 10. I've been on here for over 4 hours. I'm beat.
That's fair. And you like basically rebuilt your computer or took it
I
apart
sure
and
did.
put it back
I've been up
together?
since 4 a.m.
Yeah, you was talking about how y'all know you can get stuff delivered at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. I had no idea.
Overnight
But let me
delivery.
tell you though, my computer is running fucking amazing.
I was gonna say, it seems like it's running a lot better.
Yeah, this shit is crazy.
No rads! I miss you. It's like it's different having like just you and not you and no rads together. Like not bad, just different.
Yeah, it is definitely different. But anywho, yeah, I'm gonna skedaddle.
Yeah, no rad said go eat.
Yeah, I definitely need to eat. I didn't even realize it was so fucking late. I had no idea it
Right?
was this late because I felt like I got on at the regular time. I fooled myself.
It'd be like that. All right, well, y'all have a good one. Yeehaw, fuck the law. Drink water, take your meds, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
You guys have any plans this weekend?
I'm
Jones
going
does.
to I'm going to work on the community garden this weekend.
Nice.
Yeah, so the thing that I don't get paid for.
Right. Right.
It's like I don't know why people think that that people aren't willing to do work for the greater good without getting paid.
Right.
I don't understand that concept, but
What state are you in?
Florida.
I'm in New York.
I gotta do capitalism all weekend.
Ugh, gross.
I know.
Well, I'm sorry.
So you guys are true communist? Like you really advocate communism
Who, me?
in the true sense of the word?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm more on the side of, like a socialist Democrat, like France.
It's the gateway drug to communism.
I hear ya. I hear ya. It's bad. Yeah, capitalism is bad.
Yeah, it sure is. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't get to interact with you more, but maybe next time you see me on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, have a good one.
Dropping me?
Bye. All right, y'all. Check on your friends. Everybody who says they're okay is not necessarily okay. Protect your peace at all costs. If you have not yet taken care of your mental health, today's a good day to start. Eat as healthy as you can. Drink your water. Take whatever medication you're supposed to take. And as always, stay dangerous. Love you guys. Till next time.